那4猪，
这牢笼又出来了呀！
炸弹
随便防，
看一下这边滚筒再一滚，哇，这个 AOE 也是打得很足啊，没有打到13秒，甚至是不用再交这个毒药去耗血了。看一下这个炸弹塔过出来了吗？炸弹塔
憋出来了。
对，再交一个滚筒，要意思一下吗？毒药一毒，那么要恭喜到 Yakitori
成功的1穿3了，
顺便帮助队伍以这个2比0赢下了Talon啊。这边 Nova 应该是要反打一波，看一下情况，没有自毒了，
防守费还是够的。
杨家猎人全部拉到了前面，接了一手冰冻，
时机很好。
大骷髅会不会往里走？
啊，少一小个。
是的，但是第2波家居进攻来了，
怎么办？
大皮卡憋出来了，
但是牢笼没了，会打
1下2下吗？2下很漂亮，
奶上了。
是的。而这边的话有一个桥头的大骷髅的炸弹，全部炸干净，而且这个青龙很难解，青龙解不掉了，再接一手冰冻，青龙喷塔，恭喜 Nova，
恭喜一下 Nova， 在2比2当中2比0拿下了这一局，看一下谁的节奏更快。
这个火球怎么砸有点难砸了，这个暗夜女巫进塔了1下。2下，那可能机会就不大了。
这样斩杀了，
对，火球斩杀。
恭喜一下 Red，
他被迫把房子下得非常靠前啊，强扶球，
对，
有没有东西挡？速地一砸，那这个球最少1下，1下。那这一波是 Red 最后的蹦迪，最后的倔强。
还有一个滚木哦，
这个是绝望毒药，恭喜到 AU，
也要恭喜 Nova， 是今天2比0拿下了整场比赛。
这一波铜骨球、火球但是野猪1下，最后半分钟这边最后2个猪，冰冻马上够费用，这一波怎么解？血滚，看一下左边这个猪没打到，但是地震。震起来了！
恭喜一下 Five Gaming，
半路要冲起来的话，看一下又跟了古龙哇，左边怎么办？炸弹兵是炸了1下，矿工这一波是要带走了，还有一个火球斩杀。
恭喜一下 Jack，
在赢下比赛的同时，
恭喜一下 Five Gaming，
对2比0战胜这个非常强劲的 Kicks。看一下，先被点到的是天狗，然后暗夜女巫2个这个小蝙蝠都没有被跳掉，矿工又挖到了这个火枪，怎么说？要不要憋火球？要不要憋火球？要不要憋火球？
来了，
还是慢了一点。矿工给压力，接一个滚筒，火球一砸早了。那矿工
恭喜一下
Blizzard 也是拖到了最后的1v1，非常小心内侧桶跟外侧桶。这一波是没还是过出来了，而且左边家居1炮2炮，留给Talon的时间不多了。5、4、3、2、1，恭喜 TTG，
恭喜！看一下谁的节奏更快。女枪来了。
这个火球怎么砸有点难砸了，这个暗夜女巫进塔了1下、2下，那可能机会就不大了。
天狗的一个优势还是非常大的。
是的，还建设到了1下，那2下，
大将斩杀了。
对，火球斩杀。
恭喜一下 Red。
就这个迫击炮拉了球之后，想要解掉球还是比较难的，尤其是有这个。
这波感觉有点难接，哎，这个团伙怎么下在脸上？
是气球，哇，还撞到了1下。
而且火枪跟骑士也受到了一个广域伤害。沙朵防守炮下不下？沙朵有点卡费，还是？
对他这个炮也不敢先交，看一下， 这边羊跳左边了，炮一立，往中间一拉，但是这个后排
哇，这个炮是在躲炮。
对，而且这个还有一个绿色的东西，这个绿色东西会很厉害。
跑车锁塔了，这一波能直接打死啊！
3下、4下、5下、6下、7下。
心疼矿工5秒钟啊！劳模挖全场，
渔夫挡住了，再挡一个，其实看吸谁？
这波手上是有大电。
闪避雷吗？没避到，差一点得接滚木啊！雪球一砸，滚木一交，看一下这个家居，第2炮，这个狙解不掉了。
这个狙可以，
这个狙已经解不掉了。
就刚刚那个第1个狙。
是的，那么恭喜到 Fab Gaming 这边赢下了第1局。
矿工其实是看矿工的一个发挥
直接跟暗夜女巫也是没什么问题。看一下，先被点到的是天狗，然后暗夜女巫2个这个小蝙蝠都没有被跳掉，矿工又挖到了这个火枪，怎么说？要不要憋火球？要不要憋火球？要不要憋火球？
来了，火球
还是慢了一点，像桥头吗？矿工给压力，接一个滚筒，火球一砸早了，那矿工
恭喜一下
Lisa。
Welcome to Clan Wars 2! Your journey begins here. And what the...
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
As I was saying... Oh, wait! Hello? Everyone seems to have left. The king should never row himself. I'll just wait here, so send someone to get me.
这里要小滚木斩杀吗？还直接水球预判吗？
恭喜一下 Nova。
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼 만들어. 네, 마무리됐습니다.
Still the baby dragons are alive, and that's the ground roller.
他这个套系就进来。
好，拿到了3星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！
スリープを回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。
Be careful, but still, Talon.
That tower was down so quickly.
再加一个滚墨，
斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WEGM。
2, and that's it. 3-0 grand finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova Esports.
타이밍 간의 경기는 오히려 탈론이었다.
TTG.
コースとなりました。
Kicks against Game W.
優勝はハブゲーミング。
クラロワリーグイースト東湾最終長寿祭バーシーズン頑張ります。このシーズンウイスト頑張ります。
ファイティング。
And welcome everyone to Clash Royale League East. My name is Simon. With me is G-Clef. Today, most of the important stuff is sorted. We have Ponos and Nova. They are through to Worlds. They're first and second. Guaranteed no changes there. Team timing, TTG, they're out. They cannot make the playoffs. It is physically impossible for that to happen. However, that middle seeding, Kicks, Talon, WEDGM, that can all change. Fav, I think, are cemented in their spot as the last seed, 6th place.
Yep.
So there's a lot to play for Kicks, Talon, and WEDGM.
Yep. Depending on the results of today, it does go into the playoff format where their first opponent will be changed depending on the results today. Congratulations to Ponos and Nova Esports for making it to the second round, I guess, second stage of the playoff, and also going into World. So that's very exciting news, but we don't know if they're actually going to be the champion or not. There's always a chance that the underdogs who are placing lower than them can actually be the champion by the end of the season. For now, Ponos seems to be like the champion already.
If they don't win
as you mentioned,
if they don't win it, that would be crazy. But you can see here, this is the playoff bracket. Third will go against 6th, 4th against 5th. Losers bracket 2. So that's going to be there as well. Then match winner 1 and 2, they'll play against each other 3, 4, and then it keeps going like that.
Yes, so you see Nova and Ponos, they're in this, that's what I mentioned as a second stage or second phase of the playoff. So they're basically direct in the finals because they will be in top 4 by that time.
Yeah, and Ponos finishing first gives them that place in the losers bracket because technically that would be the easier opponent. That opponent has already lost. There is no losers bracket after that first round. So Ponos will be playing against a weaker opponent. Nova would be against the stronger opponent in theory. So that's how that is working there. You can see today's matches: Kicks, TTG, Fab, Talon, Nova, WEDGM. Every team that position can change today are playing.
They have
Kicks, Talon, WEDGM. If Kicks win, they're guaranteed to be 3rd. Then it's between Talon and WEDGM who finishes in 4th. Talon have a much better record, so if it goes to sets, assuming they don't lose 2-0 and WEDGM don't win 2-0, then it goes towards Talon. And even if it does finish like that, I think Talon have the upper hand, -3 in terms of game score. So Talon most likely will pip out WEDGM if results go that way. But our first game is going to be Kicks versus TTG.
no time to wait as TTG, they are already out, but they have to show their best, the final moments of this regular season. Kicks, of course, they will be looking to bring out. I think, should they try their best before going into playoff?
If you try your best now, you already know who your opponent's going to be.
Yes.
If Kicks win, they will go against Valve Gaming in that playoff spot. So really important for them. I can't stress enough, you have to try your hardest. Even now, even though most of the season is done, you have to throw out your best squad. And Light and Yuya coming back for 2v2. First time they've played together in quite some time. Oh no, wait. Light and Yuya play Team Timing and Pono, so they played regularly recently. Sorry, I thought it was Icelor and Light for a second. It is going to be Nuamisa and Huyi on TTG.
Seems like the both teams has brought their best duo. As TTG after a big loss yesterday, not really get their chance to climb up at all. And Light Yuya seems to be the new pair that's working totally fine. Maybe this duo will be the duo for the playoff for Kicks team. And the bans are Graveyard again being banned, as we have seen some Graveyard bans in the recent past.
I'm more surprised that Tornado is getting banned again. Like, there have been quite a few games without Tornado getting banned, and it's made for interesting games because even though it's banned all the time, it still doesn't get played. Unless Giant Skeleton makes it through the ban process, and then, you know, Giant Skeleton Tornado to completely wipe out your opponent's push is feasible. But other than that, we generally don't see Tornado in 2v2.
So, in knowing these two bans, Graveyard, Tornado, expect to see a lot of Giant Skeleton. We've seen some Hog Riders and some Ram Rider to counter that strategy, as Ram Rider can counter lots of direct attacks. Again, Hog Rider coming out for TTG today.
And the EQ, Hog EQ, Baby Dragon, and the Brawler are going to try and stop that, but 2 hits will come. Ooh, just the one. Okay.
Just one. Remember, Brawlers.
I always forget how much damage they do.
Almost a green mini P.E.K.K.A.
Hog Rider comes down again. It is going to be double Hog on the side of TTG. Dark Prince with the log, and the Mega Minion will finish that up there.
And just one cage from Kicks, as that is the usual. Skeletons to block and keep that Musketeer alive, but it won't really... Ooh, gets one shot off. I thought the HP was low enough for a single shot.
Yeah, it was looking like it could have survived, but it does go down, and we hear a Lumberjack played right at the back for TTG.
So with the Lumberjack, we're guessing it's Lava with Balloon.
What? Oh. Could be, yeah. They could be putting something else with that Lava Hound, but that's critical amounts of damage. However, they do have a relatively large push. And the Hunter there is going to make life hell for those Baby Dragons in the back.
Snowball to push it away so that the less damage. Stunned, the Giant Skeleton almost gets in range. Pulled back with that Lumberjack. Now with that Miner, Pups won't survive the poison too long.
And that Lumberjack's rage does get wasted. Up there, it does die later than everything else. At this point, you got to say, Kicks should probably abandon that tower, right? Is there a point in defending it at this point? They could just go 2-tower game. They have to go 2-tower. And TTG realize this. They go down that left-hand side with Lumberjack and the Hog Rider. And that's going to be a raged-up Hog Rider. That's going to be 2 nice hits there on that tower, already starting the 2-tower game. But Kicks still need to get that tower on the right-hand side. They do load up Balloon and Lava Hound. Lightning comes down, but doesn't catch the Hunter. Snowball, Fireball, Heal Spirit, and the Balloon still does not get a connection.
The Hunter surviving was the key. Also, they're doing some work, but the Miner seems like they will get 1 tower, but within that time, Hog Rider on the bottom left already doing 2 shots, 3 shots again.
So, I mean, the thing is, TTG still do need to finish that bottom right-hand tower on their own.
They have Poison and EQ, so that's going to be an easy cycle. There it is. And Kicks getting that tower with Lightning only.
But they have a lot of damage done. to their bottom left tower. 938 remains there. The pressure is on to defend, and a freeze comes out, and that's going to allow that Hog Rider one big hit. Can Kix turn this into a giant counter attack? It's looking possible.
Yeah, really good Lava Hound position there. Have to defend against the Hog Rider. The Fireball comes and the log to keep it away.
I think Kix have done it. Snowball to try and just delay the inevitable, but a pup finishes it. Kix grab it right at the end in the two-tower situation. They do come out on top.
Great lava timing along with everything on the left from the left side. As the Hog Rider, in this case, Fireball and the log. Just enough, even with the rage provided by the Lumberjack, was not enough to actually reach the tower.
Yeah, Kix did everything they possibly could to stop those Hog Riders from getting in once they took that tower. I think they took one hog hit after that. So that lightning was great, but that timing on the Hunter was just so perfect. If it wasn't for that Hunter, that tower probably would have gone down earlier, but the Miner in the back, completely uncontested there, gets a lot of damage. And you saw Kix trying to stop that bottom right-hand tower from taking too much damage, but unfortunately, yep, EQ, Poison, and the log was enough to finish it off.
And at this moment, the lava locks on to both King Towers. And with the Brawler, Inferno, and the Balloon is safe. As the Musketeer also locks onto the lava, so the Balloon got big, big drops.
Yeah, and just phenomenal play. The Fireball from Kix, using it there instead of trying to push on the tower, using it in the defense, pushing away the Hog Rider and that Lumberjack. That Lumberjack was sneaky. It was in the pocket, had a good chance of getting to the tower and doing damage, but the Fireball pushed it away, just making sure that they could delay that tower from going down as long as possible, and they end up actually holding it.
Yeah, it's a big win where Kix actually started with less than 600 with their second lava push, compared to on top where it only had about 1700 compared to it. And Kix knowing exactly how to come back with the Balloon deck without the Tornado. Of course, Tornado being banned in this matchup. Can't really pull the Balloon as well unless you have direct buildings. And in this case, I don't think TTG even had a building in their combination at all.
No, they did not. Well, game 2 will almost be upon us. G-Clef, you thinking Kix are going to go for something similar? Do you think they're going to go for something different? And how do you feel TTG are going to make a couple of adjustments to overcome what they just lost, essentially?
Hog Giant Skeleton is also a great deck in 1v1 and 2v2, but because there are always potential of counter strategy, of counter, like the Balloon that we just saw, where even double Balloon with a lot of offense like the RG, I think the safer choice would be the Ram Rider.
Yeah.
Just having that snare counters a lot of direct attacks.
But the thing is, I think if you're going for the Ram Rider, you're expecting Light and Yuya to go Balloon again. And I don't know if they will. We'll see as Light and Yuya in blue at the bottom for Kix go up against TTG, Nuomisa, and Huyi. Kix did take a game 1 lead in a 2-tower game.
Even if they try the wall breaker deck again, that's also not bad against with the Ram Rider. So those are the reasons why I keep bringing that option.
Is that going to keep the Giant Skeleton over that side of the river? No, it is not. And the Musketeer gets in front, which is going to make life a little bit difficult for Kix.
Oh, the Heal Spirit has to zap that.
Lumberjack still comes in and gets 2 nice hits on that tower. Could have been dangerous. That Giant Skeleton was very, very close to the tower, and it doesn't look as though Kix are carrying much in the way of distractions. They have the Heal Spirit. Do they have something like Skeletons as well? They need a Grave.
What? So this will be an automatic loss because TTG is playing Graveyard? Unless the graphic was actually wrong on our side from the production. We'll have to see. The game is going to continue for now, though.
Yeah, and RG does come out on the side of Kix. So RG is gonna be able to take most of that tower down. The bomb tower does go, and everything dies in the middle there. I think.
So what if Kicks still end up okay with the headsets off? I think the referee has called that this is game over because TTG has forgot that Graveyard was the ban card.
Yep.
And they ended up using it with everyone surprised, but that's the end. You play the ban card, you lose the game right there.
Kicks take one of the quickest 2 wins.
Oh yes, we're back
2
on
game
camera.
wins we have ever seen.
Oh, that was quick.
Why do you think that happened? Because we saw that the coach was talking to the players just before they started. Do you think he was trying to warn them, like, hey guys, stop, like, don't play the Graveyard, but unfortunately he gets cut out after that 1 minute transition time?
That's a sign that they will come back from the Graveyard next season. That was their last play. That had to be the last play. Okay, we're down at the bottom, but next season we'll be back up.
I mean, that kind of, as bad as it sounds, that kind of sums up TTG's season. They did pretty well in game 1, and you know they lost. It was a very tight game. They could have won it, but they didn't. And then they kind of just throw it away a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, TTG started this season so strong because I remember back at the beginning of the season, we were here saying TTG have been stripped apart by Nova and they're still going strong. And then week in, week out, they gradually start losing. They get that big boost of momentum when Paradox joined the team. But unfortunately, they have just been slipping away very slowly after a really impressive, strong opening on their part.
So, while you were talking, I was thinking about the last time we actually had a ban card being played. I think it was about 2 years ago during 1v1 when we had 1v1 ban cards.
Yep.
There was one game where like Collector was banned and Collector was played. Was that 2 years ago or 3 years ago?
2. It would have been 2.
Okay, I think we had a single game from Asia back then. It's been a very long time. Very long time.
That was back when there was CRL EU, CRL South America,
CRL Space, CRL Moon. I mean, we had all the regions and planets covered.
Well, we know where we know where Mugi was at that point. He was playing CRL Universe and decided to, you know, step down and come back onto his home planet. Right. You got confirmation?
Yes, I did get confirmation. TTG took and played the ban card, so they have lost the 2v2 match.
Okay, so King of the Hill will be coming up very, very shortly.
I believe so.
If you're TTG, and this is going to sound not the greatest competitively, but would you just have fun? Would you bring some quirky decks for this King of the Hill?
1v1.
It's going to make it bad for the rest of the league, right? Because you're giving Kicks essentially a free win if they do win against these quirky decks. But at some point, you do just have to have fun. And TTG are already out. Kicks have already qualified. I mean, chances of them are strong getting third place. Anyway.
I know, and we've been just joking after the ban card be playing because this match does have less weight to it. But I think they literally forgot what the ban card was because Graveyard is not a card that TTG banned, it's a Kicks ban.
Yeah.
And we don't really have Graveyard directly being banned unless, counting all the bans that we had, Graveyard was banned maybe twice, if not 3 times in total.
It's been banned a few times. When it comes out...
Oh, Ice Law.
Yeah, Ice Law is here for the King of the Hill.
Seems like he just woke up.
I mean, to be fair...
From his hairstyle. I don't know what time it is there, but...
It would be...
From gamer hours...
10 a.m.
You are supposed to be...
Yeah, but I'm also an old man. Ice Lord is real young, so... Yeah, maybe he should be sleeping, but... From the French people I've met, generally they're up early at the crack of dawn, and you know.
Yes, because they have to go to work. If you don't,
I mean, there are gamers out there who have healthy sleep schedules. I'm not one of them. I definitely know you're not one of them.
I bet 90% of them, maybe even higher than 90%.
Okay, so Ice Law versus Paradox. Ice Law this season is 2-3 in King of the Hill. And Paradox one of the standouts on TTG is 8-5. He did finally get a sweep yesterday against Team Timing, where he took Greed, Sado, and Nuri out. And he came close quite a few times. He got 2 against Talon, 2 against Ponos. The guy can throw down with the best of them. Can he throw down against Iceland?
Pretty good matchup that I did not imagine to have at the beginning of the season. Let's see.
So Icelaw against Paradox here. 2 European players. I know Paradox is Russian, but technically
it's
still Eurasia.
It is the biggest country, so the world. So you can say that.
Okay, Barb Hut here. We saw this yesterday.
Teal
I think
Spirit.
it was.
You're saying you remember things from yesterday.
I know it's unusual for me. That's why I've paused. It could be Graveyard. We don't really see it much anymore.
But with the Heal Spirit, it has. Didn't we have one with the Royal Hog yesterday?
Yes, that was what I was thinking. The Royal Hog with the Barb Hut.
Yep. That's exactly what I remember, which is rare.
Old man brains definitely getting to the best of us sometimes, you know. Right, so both going to be bringing the Electro Wizard. Just going to exchange blows in the center. What else are they going to be bringing? There's a Battle Healer, and that's going to be pulled in by the Fisherman. I don't know if Icelaw really wanted that. That kind of puts him in a little bit of a tricky situation here. Because whatever you were planning to build a push with that Battle Healer, suddenly your plan has to change and you have to start back at the Barb Hut.
And it's
cycle back through.
And this is not exactly the E-Golem push that we always say with the Battle Healer. As it could again be another cannon card or even a straight up graveyard again. We've seen some graveyard with the Battle Healer.
Just to heal up the tank, and the Battle Healer acts as the tank for the graveyard as well because it lives almost too long. I'm not sure though, this could be...
Yep,
it is going to be graveyard on the side of Icelaw.
And Battle Healer taking a lot of those arrows. Still the Baby Dragon E-Wiz coming down at the right time. Paradox is okay.
There is the RG on Paradox's side. It is going to go straight into that Barb Hut.
Nice. The Heal Spirit is gone with that Barb Barrel. Good catch from Icelaw.
Unfortunately, this Royal Giant will get one shot off.
Even with that E-Wiz. And a nice Fireball. That's delicious Fireball from Paradox side.
Will Icelaw go with the Graveyard on just the Baby Dragon? Decides not to. Lets that go over the bridge and eventually succumb to the arrows and electricity of the E-Wiz. The Battle Healer here. That's going to be quite nice against the E-Wiz because the E-Wiz cannot out-damage the Battle Healer's heal. So that's going to keep those Barbarians alive for quite some time.
And the Healer again survives. Fisherman's not really the best tool against the Healer.
Yeah, but it does go down.
With the help of a few others. Just going to put that Fireball damage. Once you get the splash, to get one Baby Dragon hit into tower.
So the question is, when is Icelaw going to be dropping his next Graveyard? It looks like it might be with this push, the Battle Healer just floating right over the top of the King Tower from the back. With that recent change, so it is going to go over the bridge. There's the Graveyard. So the Graveyard is down. Barbarian, I think, was tanking the Princess Tower. So the Princess Tower now is able to start wailing on those skeletons around her. The Battle Healer keeping the Barbarians alive.
Lots of those skeletons from the back actually connecting. Quite a lot of damage here, about 600 now. That push was indeed pretty powerful compared to the last one. Yeah, and Paradox, see, he's not pushing with the RG this time. I thought he was going to try to push a little further. Now gives another chance for Icelaw for the Graveyard. Does not cross the bridge.
That's not, but the skeletons at the back were getting some hits in, and that gives Icelaw a lead as we go down to the last 25 seconds of this game. Remember, after this 20 seconds, it is the player with the least amount of HP on their tower will lose. And currently that stands to be Paradox. Can he turn it around? Another graveyard from Icelaw. Every little scratch of these skeletons will aid Icelaw's chance of victory.
Oh, that's way too much.
No chance of coming back there. And the tower actually goes down regardless of the Mega Minion with that last second swing. And Icelaw takes the victory here. Paradox going down. Last game of the season for him. Unless we do reach that 1v1 where he might play again. But Icelaw taking the victory.
Yeah, great combination with the Graveyard, the new October version of Graveyard with the Battle Healer, which we have seen not much, but just within the last few days. Especially yesterday, it's one of the newer decks with the Battle Healer. As, of course, Battle Healer, Royal Ghost, now they do go across, they're technically floating. Well, they were floating before, but
now they actually have the
now
float
they
mechanic.
actually float.
So this graveyard did get quite a bit. Poison does come down to just amplify the damage. This RG though.
Yeah, that's the thing. That E was surviving was huge. Just catching the Fisherman and the RG, making it do a lot less shots to the hut.
I mean, the RG ended up not even getting to the tower purely because that E-Wish just bought a little bit of time. And here, Skeletons finish it off. Fireball's not going to do much. There's 1 second left. Mega Minion does get that last hit in to close it up. Paradox's season has been really good. For a debut season, he played incredibly well. He's been one of the few shining lights on TTG for the whole season, but Icelaw was just too powerful today.
Yeah, Icelaw coming back strong for kicks. I think this is the way to go for playoff. Keep Icelaw away from that 2v2, keep him in that 1v1 slot, and I think he will do a lot more. For some reason, Kicks, they were basically just putting in for lots of 2v2 matches, and until last week, I believe we only had Icelaw playing twice in 1v1 at all.
It was...
No 1v1 set, just 2 King of the Hill games.
Yeah, he only played 1 King of the Hill game in the first half of the season. Then he came out against Elsiot, which he lost. And then since then, he's beat Greed, Sado, and now Paradox. Will he be able to beat Nuamisa, who is up next on TTG? It's going to be difficult. Nuamisa has not had the greatest of seasons, to say the least. He is 7-7 overall, but his last 3 games have ended in loss. He lost to Expo Master after taking Katashin and Jack. He did lose to KK and lost to Geralt yesterday, who swept TTG. And it's not very often you get to say that Geralt swept anyone, because Geralt has been very hit and miss too this season.
That's right, Nuamisa, but when the team needs this man on stage to perform, he does bring the result, and that comes out oftentimes in King of the Hill.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the season, he was on absolute fire. He got the 2 wins against Yakitori and KK of Ponos. He beat Jack and Expo Master, and that was 2 wins that TTG managed to get early on in the season. But then after that, his form dropped massively. So he won 4, lost 3, won 1, lost 1, won 2, and then lost 3 in a row. So his season started off real strong, and then kind of started to leak water.
And the hole just got bigger and bigger as the season went on. And it was sometimes mostly Paradox was filling that hole. Still, Nuamisa is the pillar of the team. Let's see what he can do against Icelaw. And in terms of the meta, it's usually... Before it was CRL China, China used to have lots of different variety of decks. But with CRL being combined with the East, it doesn't feel like they are willing to take that much of an experiment into the league, and especially TTG.
Would you say that's because the format of CRL China used to be best of 5, right? During the regular season, it was best of 5? I remember it being much longer, so there is more chance to experiment when you have a best of 5 in the 1v1 and stuff like that. So that could be a reason for the change. We see here Icelord bringing that Royal Ghost, who since the last balance update has actually been making quite an appearance. And what is he going to bring with that Mega Knight?
Yep. I think I see a couple more cards, but for now, Royal Hog or Balloon, I would say. And from Yomitsu, just a solid, heavier version of Graveyard.
There it is, the Graveyard comes down. Fireball to take away the tanks. Royal Ghost is played as well. Barb Barrel just to take out that E-Wiz. Very nicely done. Didn't get any skeletons with it, but didn't need to. Takes just a couple of hits. 2400 on that tower.
Yeah, perfect defense until the two best spawns come near the King Tower side of the Princess Tower. Not too bad from Icelord. And with Inferno, doesn't really have too many great targets. But Yomitsu doesn't want to put the HUD down because it will just boost up Inferno's position.
Yeah, but it does it anyway. The Mega Minion isn't going to be enough to take it down. So now that Inferno Dragon can just blast away at everything, and connecting to the HUD is actually really bad. But the E-Wiz comes down to reset. So all good. RG actually floating to the right-hand side in his Ram Rider with the Mega Knight this time round, and he has a very open road as it connects into that tower. Full charge as Nuamisa decides to counter with this Graveyard. How much damage is it going to do? Actually, quite a lot. The backside was very full of skeletons there for a little bit. And Princess side 2 getting a couple more hits. 1730 remains on that tower. A much better Graveyard this time around.
Oh yes, with the spawns and the bodies coming down, Mega Knight did lock with the Baby Dragon, was tanking for the damage. Great Fireball, but not enough to take out everything. Baby Dragon even connected a shot with the skeletons spawning from the back. There's a poison now for Nuamisa going into overtime. And we are down to 1191 and one more tick from poison.
Yeah, it was looking good for Icelord in the center sections, but a couple of questionable defenses on those Graveyards have caused him to be in a bit of trouble. He's gonna have to make a counterattack with that Ram Rider on the right-hand side eventually, unless he can brute force his way in on the left behind the Mega Knight. So he does decide to go left-hand side with the Ram Rider. Is it gonna be able to get to the tower? It does. Big connection there. Again, this time he takes the lead. One more hit before it succumbs to the Knight and the Barbarian.
Yeah, great Fireball actually tossing the E-Wiz into the right, so it takes a snare damage to actually go down instead of surviving. Good control with the Fireball there, Icelord. Again, without the body, the Graveyard will not be strong this time for Nuamisa.
Yeah, and the reason for Icelord pairing the Royal Ghost and the Ram Rider on the right-hand side is that the Ram Rider is able to pass right through the Royal Ghost now with that float mechanic. The Ram Rider, even if it's revealed, it can run right through the center of that Royal
The Mega
Ghost.
Knight actually goes to the right side, bringing down that HUD will be a greater chance for the Royal Ghost to actually go. So putting down a lot more pressure with that double Mega Knight on the right. Nuamisa now. E-Wiz actually being a really good tool.
Yeah, on the back foot, to say the least. Here is Nuamisa. Yeah, Fireball comes in. The Ram Rider is going to connect. Is it going to be able to finish? The Mega Knight is still alive. And that is that. The Ram Rider finishes it. Icelord takes game 2 here. Nuamisa falls. And there's one life left for TTG, their last player in this King of the Hill. If he goes down, TTG season is completely over, and it is the last time we will see any of these players in CRL East in 2020.
As last member, I'm guessing it might just be Hui.
I could see them bringing Boss as like a last hurrah as well. Famous Kid kind of has been mysteriously absent for quite some time, but yeah, that Mega Knight jumping to this side of the bridge was very much a go sign.
As Icelord already put a lot more pressure onto the right, it was just better for him to continue to push with that Mega Knight. It wasn't as fast as you think, but it gradually just became a huge attack. And even with triple elixir, Nuamisa can't really defend this much.
Yeah, it's real hard to stop all of that. And we see here, Icelord does take the game. Had a little bit of a quicker cycle, but the Mega Knight kind of inflates that a little bit. Barb Hut hasn't really had the same level of success it did since the beginning of the season. Like at the beginning of the season, Barbarian Hut was everywhere with Graveyard and all that good stuff. It kind of disappeared out of the meta for a little bit. It's come back now, and it is nowhere near as effective. And if you look on the screen, keen-eyed people out there will see it is going to be Boss taking over from Neumi's.
And Boss has to take down all 3. Icelord plus 2 more players from Kicks to stay alive in this position, as Yumitsu, who they did lose that 2v2. And by the way, if you lose the game with the ban card, it gives the opponent a 3 crown count. So, but it doesn't give any more game counts, so it doesn't really get them any further. I just want more game count with 3 more crowns. And the crown difference between Nova and Kicks is way too much, and the game count too.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking that. Like, it is impossible for Kicks to catch up regardless. I was thinking more, that could change things if Kicks end up losing. But no, it won't. It won't change anything. Like, it puts everyone a little bit closer together, but it doesn't actually change much. Okay, Icelord versus Boss. Boss has played quite a lot of Royal Giant and Royal Hogs this season. Do you think he'll change it up for the last game of the season? Possibly, if he loses?
We'll see it, and just bringing the best for his first game, and if he wins, bringing some wild decks, I think that can be done. As the first, or it's the other way, you bring a Graveyard Freeze for your first game, and then you take it back to normal.
Graveyard Freeze 1v1. We don't see it much. It is a definite out there deck. It would catch Icelord by surprise, for sure.
There are a few Graveyard Freeze Arrow decks out there.
We're going to see what we get here as Icelord for Kicks looks to close out this game in record time in a clean sweep, but Boss stands in his way. Boss has the chance of getting the reverse sweep and finishing his season on a high note.
And just with the zap. Seeing some air-focused attack with the zap. And we're talking lava, lava balloon, lava miner, just lava with some other win condition. And it's time to see the giant. Is it with the prince, the double prince, or with the cannon cart? Some variety.
Well, there is the Prince behind there. The Hunter is going to get a couple of shots in on that right-hand side. 1834 remains there. Fisherman going to pull the Giant into the center. Heal Spirit is not going to get the heal on the Mega Knight, which he needs right now. The Electro Dragon is raining those electric bolts on top of everything. Firebolt to split it up. Okay, Prince is down. The Electro Dragon will go down too. Nicely cleaned up there by Icelord.
Yeah, Fireball pushing both of the units to the side, and the Chain Lightning doesn't connect to the tower.
So kind of helping out there.
But Boss had to do Fireball damage to both, which is basically what he had to do.
Icelord cycling the Hunter at the back. Against the Giant, not the riskiest of plays, but normally you would like the Hunter to be right up in the grill of that Giant to take it out.
Poor Mega Minion.
This is putting pressure. This is Icelord putting pressure on Boss to make some less than appropriate plays. Or less than ideal plays, even. Just coming in to snipe that E-Wiz. The Mega Knight is going to jump back for that.
E-Dragon. Just a big catch. Will that get the activations? Okay, just in time.
Very well timed there by Icelord, because one step forward, the Hunter would have probably been out of range for that bounce.
Icelord always being on top. Comes another Prince with charge.
Fisherman because of that E-Dragon cannot get the pull. Finally does. And Islaw has enough time to play a second Fisherman, which pulls that Giant far out of its comfort zone. More damage coming through. Boss definitely has the advantage as we go into the last 10 seconds of normal time. Can Islaw rectify this?
Prince being a huge tool here to burn that Mega Knight down, and also the E-Wiz surviving is key. Now with the King Tower activated, the Giant is not going to be as strong. Even a Zap there, Boss wanted to keep that Prince alive.
Basically trying to stop Islaw from building a push with this. But the question is, like, what is Islaw carrying as his win condition? He's yet to play it, so I'm assuming Balloon, if it's staying this late. Oh, it's Graveyard. Okay, the Graveyard comes in. The Mega Knight's gonna fall to that Electro Dragon and Mega Minion. And just a couple of hits in from that Graveyard. A couple of sneaky ones from the back. 1633 remains there, so Boss still carries a very nice lead going into the last minute and 10.
As the Big Body finally crossing their heal spirit, giving a nice amount of heal to all around. Now Boss is using another miner to hunt that hunter.
Yeah, it's getting kind of tricky here for Islaw to ever get across this bridge. The Electro Dragon doing absolutely amazing on the side of Boss, just bringing everything down, slowing down that push to an absolute halt. The Prince as well, in conjunction with that Electro Dragon slowing everything down, just chews through everything. And I mean, Islaw only has 600 left on his tower, 559 remaining there.
But this is when Islaw will get that power momentum to actually push through with the Graveyard. As only a defensive log. There's the poison now with everything sort of clubbed up on the poison.
It looks as though Boss is gonna start the comeback for TTG in this match, in this King of the Hill, and in this game, as Boss takes game 3 and denies Islaw the sweep. Good controlling gameplay on the side of Boss here. Never really letting Islaw build the pushes he needed to build for that Graveyard to get maximum efficiency.
As the Giant push actually did a lot of damage with the first initial push, Giant getting a few punches in, and I believe Islaw also wanted to activate the King Tower with the Giant pull. But sometimes that wasn't possible due to some minor positioning, and sometimes the E-Dragon actually getting the chain lightning into the tower. So Islaw had to think about his Fisherman position at least twice before putting it down.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Every time that you think, okay, we're gonna go across the river, we're gonna drop that Graveyard, that Electro Dragon just ground the push to an absolute halt.
Islaw giving respect to Boss there with that win.
And Islaw denied the sweep for a second time in 2 days, because he almost got it on team timing where he beat Greed Sado and then fell to Nuri. And then Kix almost ended up losing that King of the Hill. It wasn't, I think Benzer came out after that.
Yesterday?
Yeah,
Yes,
Benzer came out after that, and it was up to Light to finish it up against Nuri.
Yep. Islaw is not he's not completing the 3-0 sweep, but still 2-1 is a incredible score when you're talking King of the Hill. If your first player gets 2-1 all the time, that's easy enough. With the rest, the two members will at least get a win, you know.
You hope.
You hope.
You hope. We've seen Mugi reverse sweep. Can Boss get the reverse sweep against a very tricky opponent in Benzer Rudel? Benzer, whose season has been up and down, like a lot of players' seasons, but the guy only really sweeps. He managed to get 2 against Honosh yesterday. He did beat KK and Yakatori, eventually falling into the hands of Mugi, who then went on to reverse sweep. And can Benzer deny Boss the chance to repeat that feat today. Benzer, whose season is currently 9-8, but that is off the back of two sweeps. One against TTG in the first half of the season, one was against Talon. He almost did it yesterday against Konos. Can he get the one win his team needs to close this match out and secure third place?
One interesting thing from Benzer was actually the lava deck that he brought yesterday. And it's in this meta right now, the matchup, lava is being played slightly less compared to last month because of the presence of E-Wizard actually going into so many different decks right now. It's less of a Hunter combination, but E-Wiz fits so well everywhere that the balloon is just not as powerful. Will he try it again though, even though the meta seems to be going away from the balloon decks?
Well, he played a Hog Earthquake beautifully yesterday against Yakitori. Hopefully we get to see something like that again, but Benzer is definitely known and made his name on the motorcycle. Doesn't look like he's going to be playing it today though, with that Heal Spirit coming down right off the bat.
And again, Zap just thrown down. Benzer in a massive lead.
There is a Lava Hound hidden just behind that clock, eventually peeks its head out. Cage does come a little early, so it probably will expire before the Lava Hound crosses the bridge. Now, is it going to be a heavy sky version of Lava, or is it going to bring something a bit more grounded? We'll find out.
With Skeleton, I think it's mine. We're talking minor. I mean, Skilled Dragon.
There is that Miner. Gonna distract that Goblin Brawler as the E-Wiz cleans up all those pups. And that push pretty much denied by Benzer here.
Lightning does call for lots of RG from what Benzer has. But we've seen some lightning combination. Oh, there's a straight up balloon.
E-Wiz is there though, that's gonna be nice. Nice pull with the cage too. So that's just gonna make that balloon's life an absolute living nightmare. Assuming that E-Wiz gets that force damage, which it does. Everything is done. One big brawler hit, two brawler hits there on the left-hand side. Giving Benzer a lead.
Not too happy about the brawler damage either.
Getting that second punch is always a little weird because if it has a fraction of a hit point left, it will get the connection, and Boss decides to switch lanes. This is so he can build a decent-sized push underneath that Lava Hound and still protect his tower from the front.
It's what Benzer is doing. He's forcing lots of cards to be played on the ground. So the attack from Boss is not as strong. Here comes another drag with the cage. Now the arrow's doing some damage, but nothing really goes down, and healed all back up.
Oh, almost getting to the tower. Nice barb arrow just to delay those skeleton dragons from getting across the river. Very, very smart play, because Benzer needs to control this. He needs to just hold it back. There is the RG. It is unfortunately going to be underneath that Lava Hound. But the heal gets a lot of value in there. 832 remaining. And the ground units of Boss are just disintegrated. The double E-Wiz doing their work. Almost triple E-Wiz down for a second there. Would have really helped, but Benzer slowly letting this push come through. The pup's getting a little bit more damage. Benzer can't let his foot off the gas just yet. 832 on Boss's tower.
Even if the balloon comes, Benzer also has not just the E-Wiz, he can also have defensive lightning against the balloon. It doesn't take it down, but surely it does a lot of damage, and there's no heal spirit from Boss. So I think lightning is actually not a bad option, as the real problem, as I mentioned before the game, against the balloon, it's the E-Wiz.
Yeah, the E-Wiz is just good against nearly everything. Boss has bought. Look at that. Those barbs just absolutely melted with the E-Wiz constantly applying that damage. That Inferno Dragon, though, is a little bit healthy. Another Ewis has to drop down, but it was on top of 2 Skeleton Dragons and an Inferno Dragon. Is Benzer going to be able to hold this? The Fisherman distracting as much as it can. The Inferno Dragon gets good connection, 969 on that tower. Boss is way back into this one now.
Yes, Boss. Less than a minute is trying to pull that balloon. There's that lightning. As the Gauge is going to get the pull without the push from the Skeleton Dragons.
The Miner this time played for maximum damage, but the Fisherman is there. And wow, Boss has taken the lead going into the last 35 seconds. RG is played, but will these pucks finish the tower? 90 remain.
And RG
Miner
melted by the Inferno.
How, Boss? How do you do that? Wow, what a turnaround for Boss in that game. It was looking so bad for him. Benzer took his foot off the gas for half a second. Boss capitalizes his go for the throat and takes the victory.
I think it was due to his Miner position, where it actually did damage to the Fisherman, allowing the arrows to take the first Fisherman down. The second Fisherman did come, but it forced a lot more defensive cards from Benzer to be played and kept one of the Skeleton Dragon and the Inferno to be alive. So for the next push, which is this push right now, Boss has a lot of elixirs. An early lava spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, what could Benzer do differently here? Not much. He had to let the damage come through on that Lava Hound because there's just nothing he had left. Maybe an Ewiz would have helped zap away the pups, but
Benzer had a late barb. That barb barrel, if the barb actually went to the left instead of right, I think it would have taken 1-2 damage off the pup. But still, I think arrow plus Miner damage was going to be the game-ending finishing blow.
Just like that, Boss can get the reverse sweep and repeat what Mugi did yesterday against Kicks. Wow. Boss has come today. Boss has come to play. He's not taking the gloves off and, you know, letting Kicks have their fun and get third place guaranteed. He's making life incredibly difficult for them.
Yeah, Kicks, they're still, with the win, they need everything, as they... I do want to see them going into that 1v1.
Yeah.
Because we will get a big hint of who they're actually going to put. Of course, for playoff best of 5, you need 3 players. But which player is going to have the spotlight for that 1v1 spot from Kicks?
Well,
That's what I want to see.
This man on your screen, the guy coming in light, would be their first choice in a 1v1 set. The guy has been on absolute fire this season in those 1v1 sets. He is currently 3-0 in the 1v1 sets. However, he's King of the Hill 9-8. So not the biggest runaway lead in these King of the Hill games, but when it gets to that best of 3, I don't think there is anyone on Kicks you would put in his place.
No, Light has taken a pretty good spot in Kicks ever since he came into the roster.
I just want to point out, Light is a rookie. 57 games played this season is what it just said on the screen.
Yeah, because he also plays 2v2.
Yeah, he's won 15, lost 16 in 2v2, 9-8 in King of the Hill, and 6-1 game score when it comes to that 1v1 set. That's a lot of games in a season.
That's almost as if he played in the previous season for the team. Just one game to decide the winner, and Kicks still on a match point, but Boss is on a massive streak here.
Boss is looking like he read the script today, wasn't happy that TTG was supposed to just lie down and take it from Kicks, ripped it up, threw it in the rider's face, and is like, I make my own stories. Can Boss get a sweep? You gotta hope he does, because I want to see another game out of these two. I want to see another match, and I want to see Boss against Light best of 3 to finish the day off. That would be the dream match for me out of these two teams.
and we'll get a sneak peek of that, which potentially we don't know exactly what the set 1v1 set player is going to be. But before that, of course, the final game of King of the Hill. Here we go. Light from kicks at the bottom in blue. And TTG's Boss with that snowball. Looking like we've had some ram push with the snowball. And certainly Balloon, but Balloon not being as powerful in this meta right now.
I think this is the first time we've seen Light play Ice Golem. It'll be interesting to see what he decides to pair up with it.
But did see Ice Golem yesterday, I believe from KK with the Magic Archer.
Did?
Yes.
Yeah, we did. What was he playing as the win condition with that?
That's what I wanted to know. That's why I sort of threw the question to you.
I don't have his deck list. I think it was Royal Hogs.
Yeah, I think so. And with the mini P.E.K.K.A.
Well, we'll see what Light is deciding to bring with this. Magic Archer rips through those minions. There is the mini P.E.K.K.A. There are the Royal Hogs. And
good Simon today.
Yeah, that Goblin Cage is not long for the world. Quite a few good hits, and the Magic Archer isn't getting the damage.
Yes.
It's not. It's just on the
Not
side,
on the tower,
I think.
but still it was able to do some more damage, the Musketeer, with the Heal Spirit healing it back up.
Here is the Balloon. Hunter right underneath it. It does get a Heal Spirit, though. It is going to get a drop here. Is it going to get two? Just shy of a second drop under that Rage.
Perfect Heal Spirit there.
Right on the edge, too, of the heals. And even the mini P.E.K.K.A. doesn't manage to get into the tower. Light has no elixir left. Bit of an overextension with that mini P.E.K.K.A. He's going to take some damage from these minions here. 996 on that tower. Light in absolute trouble. Boss looking like he's going to get a second sweep of the season, as he did it against Rain LC Up and CRS of Nova Esports just last week.
Even putting Hunter down here means that Light, he wanted to push this through a little bit further, but here comes the Balloon now, the rotation. The cycle has to get one more for the Hunter.
And the drop comes in, that tower is down, and Light has 20 seconds to do 1,600 damage. It's possible, but improbable at this point.
With minions now in the air with the Brawler, the Hogs are running into the tower, but that might just be it. With 13:02 left on that tower now for Boss. A clean sweep for him, 3-0.
Yeah, and you can see the smile on Boss's face, finishing the season on an absolute high note. A well-deserved
What a match.
reverse sweep. It was looking like Icelow was going to complete it. In comes Boss and is like, look, man, I respect you and everything. I know you've been around for a long time, but let me show you how it's done. And then proceeds to take out Icelow, Benzer, and Light. And in this matchup, I mean, Boss had everything going for him. Absolutely everything went Boss's way here.
The cycle wasn't really good either. I don't think Light. I don't think Light wanted to have the Hunter there. There's no way, because it's supposed to go for the Balloon all the time.
I think he was going for the Hogs and misclicked and played that Hunter down. And yeah, he didn't look happy with it. Didn't quite catch that in live play. There was a lot going on, but yeah, it looks as though he misplaced a card, and that does it. Sometimes that does cost you an entire game. This time it's cost them the closing out of the match. I mean, Light was on the back foot regardless. Boss was controlling that game beginning to end. And I think even if that was the Royal Hogs, Boss still would have been able to clean it up and push forward, but it would not have been a decisive attack,
Yes.
which is what it built up to.
I do agree. I think Light could have done better with more damage if that wasn't for the mistake, but still the matchup was slightly going for Boss there.
Do you think the Hunter was slightly mispositioned on that first balloon push?
No. It was just a solid. It does go down without the Rage. It certainly goes down with two Hunter shots, And with the rage, it gets 1. Usually, but with the heal spirit, it survives for a longer period of duration on that tower. Not allowing 2 hits, but still it was good enough with the death damage. And sometimes, and all Light had was Hunter plus the Magic Archer. Even with Magic Archer spawning at the same time with Hunter, would that be enough anti-air to get the balloon down?
I don't think so.
When there was Rage and Heal Spirit.
We're going down to the 1v1 match. Best of 3. One player goes up to try and take the victory for their team. Light this season, 85.7%, 6-1. But they're going to need another 1v1 best of 3 specialist. And they're going to give Benzer a try. And it is going to be against Boss. Boss versus Benzer. Best of 3 to determine this match. Remember, if Kix loses here, that throws the whole league in a little bit of disarray, as WDG and Talon can both pip Kix.
That's correct. Still, we are fighting for placements tonight. TTG, no pressure.
Don't think WEDGM would be able to go above Kix looking at it, because it would go down to, oh no, wait. If they lose, they'd be -2. WEDGM win. Oh, very interesting from the league right now. We'll get more on that when someone wins this game. Boss versus Benzer. G-Clef, what are your predictions? Who do you think is going to take this victory between Boss and Benzer?
If I didn't see Boss play today, I would say Benzer. 9 out of 10 times. But because what we have seen from Boss 3 in a row, I'm having my hands up for Boss today.
Ooh, big predictions here for G-Clef, putting faith in TTG's Boss to get the victory in this best of 3.
And I think if TTG wins today, they go into 7th, which is still not enough for a playoff, but still they do go up from 8th to 7th.
And not finishing last is a small boost, but a boost nonetheless.
That's the same match score with Team Timing, same set score since they have lost the match, but with game score, they would have to lead against Team Timing. Dark Prince.
Dark Prince kind of making his way back into nearly every deck after being absent for so long.
It's especially good against, we've talked a couple times, against lots of bait decks.
Goblin Giant Sparky on the side of Boss here by the look of it.
A pretty healthy Baby Dragon, gets 3 shots. And of course with this combination, the Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s back, there's defensive lighting and the rage.
Yeah, and it looks like some damage is... Oh, not a lot of damage coming through there. Just a bit of mind games here on the side of Boss, because the last time these two players met earlier in the season, Boss did lose to Benzer with a Goblin Giant Sparky deck.
Yeah, even with this combination, it will be hard for Benzer also to push his RG in. Sparky will be there. Mini P.E.K.K.A. will be there. Lots of anti-big tank tools.
But it is still possible to completely lock out this push. What is Benzer going to do here? Baby Dragon at the back, slowly making its way forward. The Mini P.E.K.K.A. is pushed around the outside. It is going to go after the Brawler. Nice defense this time, and oh, the Sparky doesn't even get to release against that Goblin Brawler. So Boss has to play the Dark Prince in the center. The Musketeer is going to take out the Baby Dragon. So not a terrible exchange there. I thought I was going to get a hit. It was close.
Just not enough Benzer. I think he was really happy about that bar barrel not even being needed for a Sparky shot. The Boss here now switching to the left.
Yeah, and that might just pull Benzer to the, like, completely to try and defend that left-hand side, but he's got to start a Sparky. The Princess Tower does do that, but a raged up push here. The Goblin Giant does manage to get to the tower, but not too much damage done. A couple of hits from an unraged up minion, though, does take that tower to 20-30.
And a pretty solid defense from both players. We're talking bottom left, top right, and again Baby Dragon connecting a few shots, and even the just before Mega Minion connecting. That Goblin Giant.
So now Benzo has to deal with everything coming in one lane. The minions are raged up. The Sparky is raged up. The Goblin Giant is, and he gets the splash.
It pushes the Lumberjack into the tower. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
It got the splash through the Lumberjack, who was pushed by the Goblin Giant. Absolutely brilliant play there by Boss, getting a ton of damage in the tower. And it's activated Benzer's defense mode here. He has to defend perfectly every time from this point on. We're down to the last 65 seconds of the match, and Benzer has all the work to do.
And still with a question mark on the right. Has no way of actually building his attack this time. It's without the Sparky, but without the cage, and the Goblin Giant's on it. Second stab, almost a charge.
There is finally an RG on the side of Benzer, but it is most likely too little too late. The mini P.E.K.K.A is going to help clean it up, but this RG is getting some damage in. It keeps going. Zap to try and delay it, but does take an extra shot. 12:52 on that tower. Baby Dragon takes out the Dark Prince. Musketeer is still very healthy there. Will a Goblin Giant be played at the front to tank up? It is.
And without the Sparky again, but once Zap, a massive push with the rage. We'll just go get through the cage. Not doing much this time.
And another RG raged up. Will it be able to get the hits it needs into that tower? The mini P.E.K.K.A is going to try to do what it can to stop. It does. And I don't think there's going to be enough here unless this Baby Dragon can get a connection, which it cannot. It does not have the time. And Boss takes game one of this best of three.
Goblin Giant Sparky. A deck that Benzer played so many times within the last year. But with the rage, just at the same time, just putting massive pressure against Benzer, allowing him to build no counter-attack chances for RG. It's always consistent for the last 4 and maybe 20 seconds. Boss kept on pushing, while taking close to no damage.
This is where it all turns around. That Goblin Giant pushing the Lumberjack into the tower for the Sparky to get the shot off. And I mean, that's the rub of the green. That's the way it goes sometimes. And I mean, Benzer tried his hardest to defend. If it wasn't for that shot, it would have been a very, very close finale here. But Sparky does insane amounts of damage into towers.
Yeah, and that was that. Benzer tried pushing with the RG a couple of times when that rage was down, but still was not enough, as most of the times the Goblin Giant Sparky, even without the Sparky, with the rage, it cleaned up most of the units just except for maybe a baby Dragon. The defensive troops also went down. That was the real problem. Lumberjack had to survive, or it had to be like the last unit going down, so that Benzer could just load up the RG, boost that up into a pretty good, with the pretty good speed, so he can attack and land few shots. But that was never the case until the last 20 seconds.
And I mean, Boss was absolutely ruthless throughout that first 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, where it was just Goblin Giant push after Goblin Giant push, Sparky going down one side, Goblin Giant on the other, pressuring Benzer over and over and over again, making sure those RGs don't come down to get a chip in here, a chip in there. Defending from the front is something we'd say, like in football and things like that, you're defending, your greatest defense is the best offense. That is how Boss approached that game, because he never let up. It was constant aggression, and it wins him the game. Admittedly, some people out there would be like, you know, it was a little bit lucky that, you know, the Goblin Giant pushed the Lumberjack into the tower and that got the shot off.
Well, technically you can say that Benzer made that shot into the tower, which isn't really
That's a
totally
stretch.
right.
That's a
Yeah.
stretch. I mean,
Because once you put it down, it just goes on an AI mode into the tower, and Lumberjack was pulled in, so you can't really calculate that far once you put down the Sparky.
unless Boss completely calculated that push. I mean, a couple of repositioning of units would have changed that result completely. If the Lumberjack was a tile up, the Goblin Giant would have pushed it towards the Sparky, so it wouldn't have gone down. There's so many different things you could have done, but you wouldn't normally do that. You wouldn't normally put it there. And I guess that's just what happened. Boss took advantage of a very once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It won't present itself very often for something like that to happen, but it happened there. And we're going to get into game 2 relatively shortly. Do you think it's going to be much of the same? Do you think it's going to be Boss completely destroying Benzer, or do you think Benzer is going to take game 2 away from Boss and drive us to that game 3?
I think Boss is feeling pretty good. Even going back to the Giant Miner with the Prince is a pretty safe option, as he has never played the same deck twice today. But up to Benzer's choice.
So Boss is currently undefeated in best of 3s. He did take on Blizzard once in this set where he did win 2-1. And Benzer's results are not the greatest when it comes to this. He's 1 win and 1 loss.
Goblin. Water Miner with Dark Goblin.
Could very well be. It is one of Benzer's signatures. With the bats most likely now, Mortar Miner. There is the Mortar.
With the Hut.
Possibly Royal Hogs again. There we go. Royal Hogs on the side of Boss, going down the left-hand side. Goblin Gang and Dark Goblins spread incredibly thin, making sure that Boss could not get anything done defensively with something like an arrows if he was carrying it. Never sure what that last card could be. Probably Fireball as well would have been a nice tool if the Dark Goblin and that Goblin Gang were closer together.
Keeps the Dark Goblin alive with that Mortar timing.
Hogs again. Fireball now on Benzer's side to help clean all of that up.
And able to do so much more damage. That's 4th going to tower or 5th going into tower.
Sneaky last hit there. Takes Boss down to 1,222 hit points, and now the Miner with the bats coming in. Bat's going to help clean up the barbs. Maybe clean up everything here. A couple of hits in. Oh, I thought he was going to get a couple of hits into the Bob Hut, but no dice this time round.
That's after the nerf. Certainly a little slower in terms of attack and the output they can do.
Dark Goblin here cleaning up, just protecting that Mortar ever so slightly, but Fireball does come down from Boss, which is that last card of his. Hogs split 3-1 at the bridge. Goblin Gang played here, I don't think. Yeah, Fireball comes down. It is going to catch the Dark Goblin and one of those goblins from the Goblin Gang, but nothing too major, no real value right there.
And most of the barbs are cleaned up by the bats at the bottom. And it's a split for the Boss. He wanted some Musketeer connections.
Well, these splits are working incredibly well for Boss. But the Miner comes in, and look at that, the Barbs and the Goblins on the left-hand side are just going to absolute town. The Spear Goblins getting a couple more hits. Mortar to drag everything in. No Fireball from Benzer this time around. Doesn't have the Elixir for it. Does defend with the Bats and the Dark Goblin. And Boss missing the Fireball on the Dark Goblin is pretty big right there.
And the Miner got a couple more shovel shots onto the tower, now bringing it down to 550. That's one more pressure by having the Bar Barrel there. So without the Heal Spirit, this push will not be as powerful.
Dark Goblin again fireballed away. Better exchange on Benzer's side if he can turn this around. Miner goes right, and it's not caught out by the Skeletons. It's going to get a few more hits. The Musketeer there trying to do its best just to take that down before critical damage gets done, and another mortar plate in the center.
This might be the near to final push for Boss. And Fireball getting the bats.
Only taking out the bats this time round, though. Musketeer, though, might sneak through after this night expires. Does not get that. Dark Goblin also falls 310 against 688.
Now a chance for Boss. Instantly fireballed in defense for Benzer.
The Miner is caught this time by the Skeletons. Another set of Hogs comes down. Benzer, mortar in the center. Plays things differently this time round. Slows things down so the fireball gets absolutely no value, just the tower damage. The Log tries to reset the Miner, but unfortunately pushes the Miner into a position. And look at that, 153.
Either way, fireball. Benzer is about to finish the match here.
16 seconds remain. Miner at the back again, fireballed out the way, but doesn't matter. Benzer throws his own fireball onto the tower, takes game 2. And that was a much cleaner match on the side of Benzer.
But wasn't as dominant as that match. Both had to play lots of guessing game, especially Boss. Because Benzer kept on throwing Miner on the back and in front and again in the back and then to the side. It was near impossible to guess it correctly.
Yeah, and I mean here, the Goblins just went to absolute town on that tower while Boss was busy trying to defend everything that was going on down the right-hand side, especially that Miner. I mean, it could have gone wrong there, but it did not. The Miner, Log tried to push it out the way, but unfortunately, nothing Boss could do there. I mean, either tower could have gone down to a fireball. Decides to go for the left-hand side with the Miner. Takes that tower. Game 2. Much better on the side of Benzer. Boss almost snuck in and took it. But unfortunately, Benzer's defense was just too strong. He had too many tools against those Royal Hogs. The Dark Goblin, the Fireball, the Mortar to drag them in. There was just way too much to just stop them from breaking through and getting that tower damage.
Yeah, oftentimes the Miner being in a correct place so that the bats will at least do some damage, taking out some of those Spear Goblins, even doing some damage to the Musketeer sometimes. And Boss was having a tough time trying to defend not just the Miner, but again, the push coming with the Knight and the bats at the same time. So yeah. That's exactly what makes the deck really hard to play and really hard to defend against. But once you are at Benzer's level, it is near impossible to defend it 100%.
Yeah, I mean, the positioning on the Miners every time just throwing Boss on a loop. And yeah, Boss got a couple of good catches. And there was the one time where he tried to log the Miner backwards so the Skeleton would walk around the tower and distract it long enough for everything else to distract it. It didn't work because it was in such a good position that, you know, wherever you place the Skeletons, it's going to be difficult to do. Perfect positioning of the Miners, perfect placements. The Mortars every time defensively just doing work, closing everything else down, bringing Benzer the win. But game 3 is almost here between these two. Who is going to be the victor? Kicks is Benzer, looking to close out this match and secure 3rd place for last season's 3rd place team in the league. Boss looking for some redemption as his team could finish 7th instead of 8th if he can get the win here.
1 game for the match point. Another motorcycle will be dangerous, even for Benzer, even though it can't break into any sort of deck. But some giant decks, some even Ice Golem decks can be painful, locking that motor down all the time. So I'd like to see Boss going a little heavier this time.
It's definitely within the realm of possibilities that he decides to go for a Lava Hound Miner deck. The last time he played that was right at the beginning of the season. Will he bring it here? The log though kind of changes that story. And a Miner comes down of his own. Is it going to be his own Miner cycle? It's gonna be Giant.
He's back to the Giant Miner deck that he played in Game 3 of King of the Hill. Was with the Prince.
There it is. Benzer possibly bringing RG with the cards we've seen so far, the Cage, the Heal Spirit, the E-Wiz. Mega Minion is gonna, oh, I thought it was gonna take out the Baby Dragon there. It was close, and that Prince gets pushed around. Benzer does take a hit. E-Wiz does manage to reset before his second hit could come through though.
Yeah, also these zaps from Boss, not just on this deck, also in the Goblin Giant Sparky deck. So allowing extra touches, extra connections onto the tower.
Fisherman here, but how is he going to stop the Prince? The Cage is there, it is good. Barbarian needed, really, to try and just slow down the Prince too. But that is now a very healthy brawler crossing the lane. Good game gets thrown out by Benzer. Is that the good game, like, I know I'm going to lose this? Or is that the good game, as in, I've won this before it's even started?
I think it's a good game because Spencer has the Fisherman.
Zap there just cycled, denying one extra hit from that Baby Dragon. When is Benzer going to build the RG push with this one? Prince is coming down that lane. Isn't going to take out the E-Wiz immediately, but will eventually win that fight. And the RG goes left as the Giant goes right. There is that Electro Dragon that caused Benzer so many issues the first time these two decks were played in game 1 of this best of 3. Mega Minion's going to get a nice big swipe on that tower as well.
And even with that shot, activates the King Tower with that Electro Dragon. Fisherman does not get a pull, so Giant will actually get a punch in. But not too bad of a situation for Benzer, now switching off to the right side. RG slowly going. Boss does have a lot of elixir, so he does print down the Prince. Chop this big body down.
Can Benzer control this well enough as we enter the last 2 minutes of overtime?
Had to use an extra zap to maybe get some Prince connects.
No catch on the Miner though. That Miner is going to go to town down there. Of course, the King Tower is activated, but it's still going to get a lot of hits in. 1176 remaining on that tower. Benzer needs to push. Is he going to push left? He does indeed. The RG is coming left. Is a Prince though. The heal is going to be good. And oh, what a zap on that Fisherman. Just to delay that pull and deny that RG just a little bit longer.
Allows one less shot with that zap. Benzer looking to bring... This time it is without the Prince, so this Giant is actually not a strong push.
Yeah, there's going to be 2 brawlers coming down the lane, and an RG as well played with them. Mega Minion is going to be able to get some stuff done, but that RG is still very helpful. Log pushing it back, but I think the RG is ready to finish this right here, right now. Heal Spirit does the job. Fisherman to pull the Prince out the way. Benzer takes game 3, secures the match for his team. And that is that. TTG go down with another loss. They are 4-10 this season. Kicks secure that 3rd spot with an 8-6 record.
Kicks, yeah, keeping that spot is important as they will go against a 6th place finish, I believe, after today's result, and that's actually Fab. So the matchup is also set with match 1, and TTG, even though they lost the match, showed lots of promising moments for especially Boss, getting lots of wins, 4 wins to be exact.
Yeah, he got the sweeping King of the Hill to keep TTG in this match, but Benzer just proved a little too strong in the final game between the two. I mean, Benzer played this much better than the first time round. He was switching lanes. The RGs were actually coming down in regular time. And this RG here was protected by 2 giant green bodyguards.
Yeah, the Prince was played on the left, so lacking defense.
Is it this Fisherman that saves the day as well? Yeah, that Fisherman saves the RG just a little bit longer so that it gets an extra shot. MVP, Benza Riddell. 2 wins, 2 losses. That 1 loss coming in Game 4 of the King of the Hill and 1 in Game 1 of the best of 3 1v1 set. We'll be back after a short break. The second match today, Fav Gaming against Talon. We are back. G-Clef almost missed the cue. Right, we're back. We've been crunching some numbers during the break.
Yes.
Fav Gaming can finish as high as 4th. Now, we were under the impression before the day started that Fav couldn't move. But if Fav Gaming beat Talon 2-0, that's taking the 2v2 and the King of the Hill. They can finish above Talon, and they can finish above WEDGM if WEDGM lose to Nova. So it's still possible. What I thought was a guaranteed 6th place, after relooking through the facts, Fav can finish as high as 4th now.
Yeah, we were confused for a second. What's the set score on Talon and Fav right now?
Talon are currently +2. Fav are currently -1. So only a 2-0 victory on the side of Fav Gaming would put them at +1 and put Talon at 0, meaning Fav overtake Talon.
So it is possible, and still this is the big match. Because you don't want to go against Kicks right now. It really depends, but right now with Kicks securing that 3rd place spot, they will go up against 6th, and depending on this match, Kicks, their opponent, will be changing. Might change.
Tell you something, Kicks are nothing but consistent, because in the special season they finished 3rd. Now they finished 3rd again. I mean, that is consistency.
Hey, that's also somewhat of a curse at the same time.
But I mean, if they finish 3rd in the whole tournament this time, they do make it to Worlds. They will be going. So finishing 3rd is not terrible. It's great.
And finish
for Kicks,
3rd at
but they
Worlds.
but they still have to go through the playoffs. Fav Gaming against Talon is coming up. 2v2 win rate favors Talon. King of the Hill rate equal both sides. And that 1v1 does favor Fav Gaming ever so slightly. Remember, if Talon get this 2v2 set, they are guaranteed to finish above Fav, which will mean either 4th or 5th place.
Talon surely in that playoff, but they want to get more. As I'm pretty sure they do not want to go against Kicks right now at their pretty good shape of form. And for the opponents, though, against Talon, I think it's a lot easier to have the read. We've been saying Talon is the only team that's actually doing well with this small of a roster. It is because their 2v2 is actually somewhat solid compared to the other teams. The Line and One Crown having such good result in 2v2, lining up to some match wins.
And I mean, Geralt yesterday getting that sweep would be a huge confidence booster for someone like that, because he's had a middling season, but that turned everything around. So Talon definitely on the up and up, and in their 2v2, you're right, Line and One Crown are incredibly solid. Tornado and a freeze ban. So, gonna say most likely we will not be seeing Graveyard this matchup.
You never know. That's when they strike Graveyard Balloon. Hey, without the freeze, less likely, but because there's the Tornado, I think there's still a chance for some Balloon. Some Balloon, some Graveyard still being pretty powerful, not bad.
Yeah, but I think we'll go probably Hog Riders.
Graveyard Sparky. What are we missing? Graveyard.
Double Expo.
Double Expo with Graveyard. So you have literally attack from the bridge and from the back of your King Tower.
Don't be absurd, G-Clef. All right, we're getting in to the first game of set 1 of match 2 of the night between Fav and Talon. A lot to play for these teams. If Talon can take the 2v2, they are guaranteed to finish above Fav. But if Fav can sweep this 2-0, then they will finish above Talon.
With some Lumberjack, this is pairing up with Giant, Ram Riders.
Lumberjack struggling to try and get in to help the Giant Skeleton. Everything is going to get cleaned up there.
The Flying Machine. But Raged Up Musketeer does win the trade, although duel, it's not a trade. Now that Lumberjack was on a treadmill for a certain time.
Got to get his cardio down. Skeleton and Night Witch, what are they going to pair this one up with? Poison does come down. That's going to nullify that Night Witch for quite some time.
Okay, it's with the Lumberjack less likely. For a second, I felt some clone coming for Fav. Just a second.
With the Night Witch
and Double Giant Skeleton.
Double Giant Skeleton, if one of them brings a Lava Hound, clone would definitely be on the cards.
And with Poison, Ice Spirit, Talon, they're also hiding a few things. It can't just be one minor. And Lumberjack can't just be for distraction.
It's RG on the side of Talon.
RG
Miner comes in the back. That's going to get some damage. The Night Witch is there to help clean that up, though. But this RG is going to get a couple of healthy cannon shots in. Don't forget the Giant Skeleton will clean all of that up, as it does. The Giant Skeleton actually survives just a little bit longer.
About an easy cleanup. That RG was actually way too powerful.
Yeah, they're going to go for it again. The Flying Machine is pretty good in this spot too. The Baby Dragon is going to be able to close that out though. With the RG, a couple more shots coming in. And now, can Fav make a huge counter push? Balloon Graveyard.
Clone!
There is the clone. We said it was coming. There it is. Double balloons running down. Snowball to try and build space.
Oh, the balloon gets the second connection.
Only one connection, I think. And the death damage coming in, 756, but that's a very healthy Baby Dragon too. Oh. And just like that, Fav have turned this game on its head. Double RG.
One fisherman and a great log to pull them back just a little further. But the double miner is actually doing a lot of work at the bottom though. Hold on a second, defensive fireball, the long. The EQ is there and Talon still with that spell damage. Able to grab the win there.
The clone was a beautiful idea, but unfortunately not executed perfectly. It did run into a poison. The balloon gets one drop.
Yeah, one balloon's, and the actual real balloon still was able to sneak in and get the drop that was big.
I do want to see that clone push again because there is a chance that they might have pulled the trigger on it ever so slightly too early.
I smelled it. Oh, that clone is beautiful. Balloon, Giant Skeleton, double Baby Dragon.
I think they pulled it a little too early. I think if they'd have delayed...
Oh, it almost got the second.
Yeah, that second drop would have given the game over to Fav, but actually no, it would have taken us to a two-tower situation because they finished it in regular time. Yeah, so it would have taken us to a two-tower situation. But I feel like that clone was slightly too early. If they'd have delayed it ever so slightly, we may have been looking at a different result.
You think so?
Yeah. But the result this time is done. Talon do take game one. Game two will soon be upon us.
Talon, they win and they have asked for a timeout after a win. That's very unusual.
I like the clone play. The clone play is just something that...
Clone play is...
We started very early on with team timing. They make great use of clone with mirror.
Yes,
back at the
but...
beginning of the season. That feels like forever ago, G-Clef.
And usually we had clone being used to push in the Giant Skeleton, not from the bridge like how Fav Gaming just tried. Usually they just clone it after everything crosses the bridge. When you have the chance, when you see that chance with the clone, then you clone it.
Yeah, because the clone does push the units forward. So clone and then another clone usually is what we saw from team timing very early in the season when it was their 2v2.
And if you clone it that early, it gives a lot more time for your opponent to just react to it. And any kind of spell can take out most of the clone units. So I think Fav just felt strong after seeing that many spells being put down from Talon. They thought, okay, this is actually an okay timing, which actually worked out not bad. But
could have been better.
Yeah, usually we were saying the clone is pulled at the last second.
Yeah, I think the surprise factor kind of didn't work as there was still too much on the bridge.
I smelled it. Talon must have smelled the clone coming.
I mean, if you can see it coming, like, anyone can see it coming. Pretty much, you know, a newborn baby was like, that's going to be a clone game.
That's going to be a clone. Mommy, I smell it too.
All right, so Fav Gaming against Talon. We're going to go down to game 2 of this 2v2. Jack and Katassian with a lot to play for. Line and One Crown looking to secure themselves a healthy spot here over their rivals. It's going to be difficult. Fav Gaming tried something tricky in game 1. In game 2, are they going to go for something trickier? Are we going to see mirror clone that we saw from Team Timing early on that worked so well? And then they just abandoned using it?
And with Goblin Barrel and Skeleton Barrel. What other barrels do we have?
Barbarian Barrel.
That's a spell.
But it's a barrel. You asked me for another barrel, I gave you another barrel, son.
Okay. Whatever Simon says.
All right, Simon says, let's begin this 2v2 because I want to see what Jack and Katassian have prepared for game 2 here. They tried something very tricky in game 1. The only thing trickier than that is that double clone, double mirror deck that we saw Team Timing play early in the season when they were winning. You notice how they abandoned playing that and then their season kind of went downhill? That's the trick to winning CRL, mate. You gotta keep playing clone mirror.
Well, clone mirror, and your opponent has arrows. Aha! Beat that.
Doesn't matter. All right,
It does matter.
we're getting down to game 2. Jack and Katassian at the bottom of your screen, Line and One Crown at the top.
Lava clone. Okay.
And remember, not Tornado and Freeze are the ban cards in this, so we're not going to see those 2 cards this time around. It looks as though Talon are going to bring something very simple with their Lava Hound.
No Inferno Dragon yet. Fireball is good. Zap to delete the bats.
So Fly Machine kind of taking the spot of Musketeer in these decks today. Don't forget, it does die to a fireball.
Incredibly air heavy for both teams. So far, no miner with lava. So I think we are talking balloon.
They're going to let this Fisherman connect into the tower. They are. But another Fisherman will pull it away. Still gets a hit into the tower. That is MVP right now in terms of damage. Here is the Night Witch under the Lava Hound.
Pulled by the Fisherman out of the poison.
It's going to make life a little bit easier on that Night Witch. Fly Machine as well, but the damage is getting through here. The Fisherman's going to help compound that fact as these pups do get a connection. But that Fly Machine is not fireballed out the way. It's still alive, and it's going to be useful on the defense here if it can stay alive.
It's alive, but not for long. As the poison comes down and lava takes a whole lot of tanking damage.
Heal Spirit doesn't catch the baby dragon, so these last few pups are going to get a little bit more damage in. 5-9-6. It's going horribly wrong for Fav Gaming.
As the MVP here was not just the lava, the double poison from Talon doing massive work.
Yeah, knowing that, oh, that's a very early clone on the side of Fav, and that's what happens when you do that.
Delivery poison deletes everything.
That very early clone absolutely shut down by Talon with a delivery and poison. And it looks like Talon are going to take this. That was a big risk playing it right there. And this tower is taking critical amounts of damage. That Fly Machine still alive in the back. They're going to trade again.
The bottom tower is basically gone with the poison and few more poisons. Hey, defensive poison again, right when the clone is happening.
Yeah, you could see it on Jack's face. He knew as soon as he saw that poison after already playing the clone that it was going to be shut down. A little bit too eager on the side of Fav.
So how do they want to finish this? Just poison? Snowball? Miner?
Give false hope. There's the double poison. Talon win that, and Fav Gaming's chances of finishing above Talon are dashed with that loss in the 2v2.
So clone. Not working out for Fav, as Clone is a spell that you can use anywhere on the map.
But it is one of those cards where if you play it too early, it costs you the game. It's 3 elixir technically wasted in the middle of a poison, and you know your opponent has the poison. You know your opponent has poisoned your Night Witches. Why would you play your clone as early as that?
So I don't exactly know, but
Would you say that Jack was a bit over-eager to play it and do something a little bit tricky? Because that's what it felt like to me. It felt like Jack was just a little bit too eager to play it. Like you would never play clone there because that happens.
And that delivery was coming down regardless, because it came down super fast. Clone is a spell that we all know, which checks. And the timing of using Clone is more like a freeze. Only when you need it, at the right time, right before you get some like tower connection.
The last possible moment is when you play clone, and I think Jack just played it far too early. Both game 1 and game 2. I think they just played those clones because they felt they had to. And we've talked this season, there's been a lot of this season, we've been going to 5-minute games, and it's all about the patience. You take a lead and you hold it. You're patient, you're patient, you're patient. We see there why that is key this season, because Jack was not patient with that clone. He didn't wait for the perfect time. He threw it down anyway, and they end up losing set 1.
Yeah, both of those clones were used right after the poison, so maybe Jack had a misread of Talon's cycle. Okay, one was used, so next one might not be back yet. And thinking about that late cycle, Jack just pushed the clone button and says, okay, poison shouldn't be back yet, so let's just press the button and see what happens.
Either that or he lost track and didn't realize that both of them had poison. That's also kind of possible. He could be thinking, like, you know, there's a miracle that they're going through their cycle so quickly. We are going to get Hajime.
Been a while.
It has.
Welcome back, Hajime.
Indeed. The last time we saw Hajime was against Team Timing, where he lost to Sado. But just before that, he completely swept WEDGM. There he is on screen. The last time we saw Hajime, he did play double barrel bait, where he lost to Sado. And Geralt, hot off a completely dominating sweep of WEDGM yesterday, where he played Graveyard, he played the dirty E-Golem deck, and also played Lava Miner with the Night Witch. No clone in that one, though. Hajime is a debutant this season and has already played 23 games. He's currently 10-7 in King of the Hill, but his 1v1 stats, he's currently 0-2, 2-4 in game score there. Whereas Geralt, after yesterday's sweep, pulled himself back up to a 9-11 record in these King of the Hill matches. Can he make it 12-11 and finish on a positive note after what could only be described as one of the biggest roller coaster seasons, where wins and losses, generally 1 win, 2 losses, like that the whole season?
And one is that Hajime has seen at least some decks that Geralt has brought to the league, where Hajime is still yet to uncover his new decks for October. I think that's one thing to take before we go in, as Hajime is also known to be a massive cycle master and also a Green Expo player.
Yeah, but the last time he played Expo, he did lose to Elsiop, but losing to Elsiop is nothing to be ashamed of, because Elsiop is an absolute animal. Anyway, Hajime against Geralt. Who is going to be taking this one?
Graveyard.
One night at the back,
Graveyard.
confidently, it's a Graveyard, all right.
There are some hogs out there with the Knight.
Don't forget, Hajime did have one of the greatest debuts we've seen in Clash Royale League, where he swept WEDGM in his first game, taking Wonga Hire and Solomon in, I think it was the first match of the season, 9 weeks ago. Here's the Graveyard from Geralt, though. Poison does come down. The defensive poison going to make it very difficult for these skeletons to get hits in. 2 hits.
with just the knight, nothing much, as Hajime just got 5 elixirs back in his hand.
It looks as though the last 2 cards, I'm gonna guess a poison bomb tower on the side of Geralt. Geralt's bringing exactly the same first opening deck that he did yesterday against WEDG. He played that against Wonga. He did obviously win because he got the split.
For Hajime, expecting similar fashion.
Another graveyard from Geralt. This time, defensive poison is good again. Delivery is going to make life hell for the knight up front. And the Ewiz is going to help clean up. A couple more hits coming through. 2199 on the tower. Nothing really to shout home about for Geralt right now. Will really be able to find a window that he can exploit and get huge amounts of graveyard damage in.
Not much chance. Here comes the Baby Dragon with the graveyard on the right for Hajime. Defensive poison again for Geralt, so this cannot be too much as both players.
Oh, the knight manages to walk into the tower, allowing that Baby Dragon to get a splash hit in.
And that single graveyard did more than what Geralt did all game long.
Yeah, the delivery really is making it hard for Geralt to get these graveyards.
Oh, a few connections before the poison. Tick at the bottom.
The delivery stopping everything at the bridge almost too effectively. And the bomb tower comes down from Hajime.
And let's see. So far it has been lots of defensive poison.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon, because the moment you go for a defensive poison, it is a go. You go for an offensive poison. It's the go sign for your opponent to just throw down their own graveyard push, because they know you're not going to be able to defend it easily. And what other cards do they have that can easily handle a graveyard?
Again, a early defensive poison for Geralt as he's maintaining the lead. As long as he's having this defensive poison, locking it down to maybe a few hundred damage, he will continue to have the lead, as it's basically your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn. When it comes to graveyard mirror, basically a mirror match.
Defensive poison again. A couple of scratches coming through, nothing major, but yeah, that royal delivery really is making life hard for Geralt to get a big enough connection. Poison should come in. Bomb tower is there to just tank up the knight and the Baby Dragon for at least a little bit, but the Musketeer is AWOL. So Geralt really does have to defend this Baby Dragon properly. The Musketeer is cycled back to in almost record speeds there for Geralt. Bomb tower right at the bridge, really clogging up that lane.
And the bomb tower is good, gets death damage in, but Ewiz still surviving. And Hajime had to make that choice because his bottom left did take a lot more damage. Also wanted to open up some chance of winning on the left side even. Comes the knight and the graveyard on the right this time.
Yeah, Geralt actually got quite a few favorable spawns here, and there is an offensive poison.
Only 10 seconds.
From Hajime, he needs the damage to come through, but I don't think he's going to be able to get back around to anything that can deal a ton of damage. And just like that, Geralt finishes the game in style, taking game 1.
And that is now 4 games in a row for Geralt. Continuing from last night.
Yeah. Great play by Geralt. I mean, he controlled it beginning to end, never really looked in trouble. Made the smart decision of holding his poisons constantly for the defense, knowing that if a graveyard comes in without it, he doesn't really have many tools to defend it, whereas Hajime kind of did. He does have the Ewiz, which is pretty good against the graveyard.
As with the graveyard, but the big difference here was having a Musketeer and the Ewiz, I think. Musketeer actually, of course, in terms of single target damage, especially against the Baby Dragon, a one good range damage you can have.
Really did nullify the baby dragons. Great play by Geralt. I really enjoyed it. The one thing I will say though, it was a little bit risky on the side of Geralt when the bomb tower is there just to, you know, throw in a graveyard with a baby dragon and a knight there, but it ended up working out. He did get a lot, and I'm going to say this as bluntly as possible, he got a lot of luck with those graveyards. He was getting tons of favorable spawns. Because the poison was on top, and he was still getting 300-400 damage in on a graveyard. A little bit of luck goes a long way.
I think it all chipped, and Hajime, there was a point where Hajime had to turn offensive poison, and I think that came too late when he was already falling behind by more than 300-400.
But if he went for that offensive poison, he'd have fallen even further behind because Geralt would have exploited that window and dropped down a graveyard, and Hajime would have found it very hard to defend it. I know what you mean. The extra damage would have been nice to be chipping through, but he didn't really have tools to properly defend it. But it is going to be Jack against Geralt. Geralt finally pulling himself up to a 50% game win rate, whereas Jack is currently sitting at a 54.9, and this does include both seasons, which shows just how many games Light has played. Like, Geralt played last season too and has only played 30 games.
Because Geralt does not play 2v2.
I thought you were going to say Geralt does not win. Because he went through many times of only getting to play one game, never really streaking. Like, getting that run going and having 2 or 3 wins in a row. But he did it yesterday. Can he do it again? It seems that playoff Geralt has come a little bit early this season. And because we saw last season, he was okay during the regular season, but as soon as he got to the playoffs, he went 4-1 in the playoffs, and Talon didn't even have a great run in the special season playoffs, but he managed to make it look good. He went 4-1, whereas other players in his team did not perform as well. So yeah, playoff Geralt is here a couple weeks early. Will he be able to get a win against Jack? We're going to be finding out real soon. Jack, has he played Geralt before? No, he has not. Not in the King of the Hill. Well, here we go. Jack in blue at the bottom. Geralt in red at the top. Can Geralt get another victory and put himself 5-0 this weekend? We'll find out.
The good luck being thrown down. So far, not yet having the Goblin on fire from Jack. We had some emote battles yesterday.
A lot of emotes went flying yesterday, but today has been very emoteless. Everyone knows that there is a lot on the line.
Good timing on that fireball.
2 hits from the baby dragon.
Nicely done for Geralt. Cage. Another RG deck.
Hold on, I was thinking. Geralt started with the same deck he started with yesterday.
Ooh, Jack graveyard.
Could Jack have thought that Geralt was going to go for an E-Golem deck? Right now it's looking very, very similar to the deck that we saw yesterday, but a couple of changes. So you're thinking RG with the Battle Healer? Graveyard with the Battle Healer?
Graveyard for Jack, and it is RG for Geralt coming down the lane on the left side. Battle Healer comes down, but it is not as much damage.
But it is going to keep that Mega Minion and those Barbs alive, but the Fireball does make quick work of that. But that Battle Healer is still going. The card has the lifespan of a turtle.
And also, that passive heal is... Not a big fan of Battle Healer overall. But in a different meta though, where we don't have to see that E-Golem as much.
Can Jack turn this around? He's currently down completely. Geralt has shut the door. Hasn't taken a single point of damage so far.
There will be an opening. Not yet. Jax looking for a chance to pop that graveyard. Here we go. 30 seconds left in the regular time.
Slightly ill-timed on Jack's part. Doesn't have the tanks crossing the bridge at the right moment. But a couple of skeletons do still get hits. And that battle healer too connects very healthily. 1886 on that, and another RG loaded up just as the Barb Hut expires. But Jack has another Barb Hut to distract it. So that RG is going to get nothing done in this push.
With so many barbs on that RG, and the battle healer just pinballed around the arena.
Fisherman fighting over who gets her first. And unfortunately, the other fisherman did succumb to his wounds. Didn't manage to pull her back across, but another RG loaded up. There should be a Bob Hut in cycle relatively soon, but I don't think it's going to be quick enough.
Yeah,
One hit.
Not enough elixirs.
Two hit.
And this may be it for Jack. Another hit.
Geralt!
What's happening? Simon, tell me what's happening.
I'll tell you what's happening. This is playoff Geralt. 2 wins in a row tonight. 3 wins yesterday. He's on an absolute tear. I think he hibernates during the first part of a season and then just sprouts out.
Why would you hibernate during the season when we have off season?
He only comes out when it's necessary. This guy is one of those guys that only performs under pressure. He only performs when it's absolutely necessary. He bides his energy. And these RGs just exploiting Jack when he doesn't have the Barb Hut available. That fireball opening a lot of space, but
yeah, battle healer was being studied even last month, but because of those fishermen, which pulls it away, doesn't give heal to the other units. And lots of pros said that still the battle healer, it's a little too early to use it because of frequent use of the fishermen. But it is still out there. Lots of fisherman decks.
yeah, I thought the float mechanic might have put her back in the focus. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you're right. Fisherman just makes it impossible to keep her healing what it needs to heal. Like, it's just too hard. However, in the deck that Jack bought it in, he doesn't really need to keep anything alive. The point is to tank up for the graveyard with a battle healer. And he only got that done once. So Jack just really couldn't build an offense. Geralt put in a lot of pressure. Game 3 is coming up. What do you think we're going to see this time round? Do you think we're going to see E-Golem from Geralt?
E-Golem from Expo Master.
Ooh. Ooh. You're assuming Expo Master, not Kitassian, or?
No, it's got to be Expo Master.
Doesn't have to be, but it is. Okay, Expo Master coming in Game 3. Can Geralt rip through his Korean counterpart of the Japanese team? We'll find out real soon. Expo Master is the guy that we've been watching for what feels like an eternity. He was here at CCGS Korea back in, 2017, was it? And since then, he has been in and around the Asian scene and now the East scene in different formats. He has won a title. He won with Dragon X a few years ago. 2018, I think they won Asia.
It's been some time. It's been some time ago for Expo Master, but Geralt's on a roll. Can he stop? Can we really stop Geralt? As Talon is about to take a perfect match win against Vav.
Yeah, if Geralt can finish it, that's 2-0, 3-0. And Talon, whose season kind of... The first half of the season for Talon was amazing. They went 5-2. The second half of the season, they went 5-1 so far. This would make it 5-2. Perfect symmetry. That's how you know a team is good, when they're perfectly symmetrical for the first half and second half of the season. Except it's a mirror, not equally sided. Otherwise, they'd be champions.
Yeah, you're saying 5 and 2 and 2 and 5, right?
So the 5 wins, 2 losses. Now it's gonna. If they win this, it's 2 wins, 5 losses.
You said 5 and 2 and 5 and 2. What?
5-2,
Like,
2-5.
they should be right below Ponos then.
5-2, 2-5 on the season, but Expo Master stands in the way of Geralt's second sweep of the season.
Oh,
and
minor?
bat cycled at the back for both players here.
Whoa. And
Is going to be log bait.
yep.
From both sides, most likely.
Oh,
with
Hog
one-
Rider. And this is
Skarmy.
yeah with the zap. Yep, good luck. This is the bait, no spell bait deck.
It's going to be tough for Expo Master to really find a way through, but that Dark
Also-
Goblin
yeah.
always gets value.
3 shots. Also very hard for Geralt with a zap.
Does have the Mega Knight though. That would have been useful a few seconds ago with both players bringing that Mega Knight.
And Expo Master, does he pull a Fisherman? Not yet.
Nice timing there for Geralt. Just making sure that the Mega Knight doesn't destroy his goblins. But oh, this Hog Rider on the left-hand side is alive. The Mega Knight gets a connection too. And Expo Master's defenses just absolutely crumble here. More damage taken than he really, really wants. Fireball to take that out. It is not looking good on the side of Expo Master right now.
Not at all, as he needs to find some more damage. There's the RG now, but reading that, Geralt has already placed that Inferno Dragon. Now locked into that RG, just a shot and a second.
Alright, so Geralt still has quite a bit of work to do. Hog Rider loaded up on the right-hand side. Where's the zap for the Skarmy? No zap, one hit coming through. And this actually might go the way of
Barrel.
Expo Master.
Even barrel this one out, waits for the RG instead. Okay, Expo Master wants to go directly with both.
Fireball, zap comes in, but it's not gonna be enough. That tower goes down, and Expo Master takes it. It was looking so rough for him. And Geralt just could not land the finishing blow. He couldn't find a push worthy enough to take a tower. You can see the smile in Geralt's eyes like, yeah, I thought I had this one. Good, well played, Expo Master, well played.
Yeah,
Wow.
with the zap, it allows you to have some more connection with the Hog Rider, but that's going to be the give and take as against those log baits. When you don't have a log, don't have a bar barrel, and your games are not going to be as clean.
Yeah, just couldn't really stop that hog, like the Royal Giant. And the barrels too, like, tried his hardest, but it just didn't really have enough to deal with it. And you don't really want to consistently fireball a Goblin barrel because you're going to be really far behind. Wow. Stolen from the jaws of defeat. Expo Master does go and does take us to game 4 of this King of the Hill, denying Geralt the sweep.
But Expo Master now will be challenging against Line and Blizzard.
In which order?
100%.
Are you saying that Talon is predictable?
Yes.
Maybe they throw one crown out to give him a taste of 1v1s because he might be necessary when we get to the playoffs.
No, I don't think so. I think we stay exactly the same. King of the Hill, Geralt, Line, Blizzard. 1v1, Geralt, Line, Blizzard. That's just what it is. And I don't think changing it would actually give them any sort of favor.
What if one crown turns out to be better than Mookie in a 1v1 set and we wouldn't know because we don't get to see him? It is going to be Line though, coming out here in game 4. Expo Master looking to reverse sweep Talon, very much the same way that Boss reverse swept kicks in the first match of the evening. Expo Master against Lion coming up very, very soon. Lion this season, though, is 9-8 in King of the Hill. And the last time these two players met in the King of the Hill, Lion did get the victory over Expo Master. And actually, the first time these two teams met, Lion got the sweep in the King of the Hill against Hajime, Jack, and then Expo Master. But since then, Fav have kind of turned their season around because they were sitting rock bottom at that point in the season. That was the last game of the first half. And Fav were not looking good, but the second half of the season has definitely helped catapult them up the table.
And it would be an interesting match, because Lion definitely has the highest chance of bringing that Expo deck out of all player in our league right now. And we've seen it happen a couple of times within the last few years, where an opponent beats Expo Master with an Expo.
Yeah, we saw it just a week or two ago, right? Where someone beat Expo Master with an Expo. I'll find it in a second. I think it was
Team timing?
I think it was Moogie, no?
Maybe.
Oh, Moogie lost though. I think it might have been higher. Okay. Fav Gaming season. They were 1-6 at the halfway point of the season. As we entered the second half, they're currently 4-2, and that has catapulted them up the league. Very much the opposite of what Talon have had this season, where they got most of their wins in the first half and only one in the second half, and that was against WDG, which was just this weekend.
Oh, this hurts. 5 shots from the Magic Archer.
And that kind of puts Expo Master in a very tricky position where he feels like he needs to get damage. Throws down the graveyard, but a Hunter perfectly positioned to get that spread. Perfectly defending. He's going to eat a...
Ah, that's not bad.
But you can see that it upset him. You could see the upset in Line because he ended up taking a hit of splash damage from the Hunter being so close to the tower for the Baby Dragon.
And Expo Master goes like, okay, not having my moment right now, but that's a lot of damage. Another few shots.
Tornado to pull it back, so it's not going to get that incidental damage. But very reminiscent of game 1 that we saw Expo Master just play against Geralt, where he looks like he's out super early on, but he clawed his way back in that game. Can he claw his way back into this one? It's going to be much, much harder in this matchup. The Graveyard has a lot of answers on the side of Line. He does have the Magic Archer, he has the Hunter, he does have the Ice Golem, which can distract things at the bridge, which is what it's doing now. So it is very tricky
no
for
Graveyard.
Expo Master.
Because the Mini P.E.K.K.A. was going to chop down those Knight and the Baby Dragon pretty easily.
A bit more spread into that tower.
Yeah, Lion already... Yeah, no Graveyard this time. Lion was preparing himself with the Magic Archer for potential Graveyard with the Knight.
Yeah, that's what the Ice Golem is for at the back. Mini P.E.K.K.A. is going to help defend. Not the greatest, but Tornado comes in to try and get the splash damage, but it doesn't bring everything close enough to the tower. But that Baby Dragon is going to absolutely rip through everything. The Royal Hogs, though, distracting that Baby Dragon, pulling it back across the bridge, and making it easy for this Magic Archer to deal with. And the Fireball absolutely whiffed!
Huge for Expo Master. He wants to press the button right now and go for the Graveyard as soon as the Baby Dragon's about to pass. But the Magic Archer survives, and that's putting a lot of damage.
Yeah, but the Hunter falls too. And now, Lion is on the back foot. He doesn't have much to defend. He only has a little bit of Elixir. 4 Elixir, what is he going to do? The tower does help defend. 15-37. And one shot from the Baby Dragon comes in as well. Is Expo Master going to do it again, where he looks like he is down and out and comes back to take it He's putting on a lot of pressure. Incoming hogs. He doesn't have a lot of elixir to deal with this. Tornado pulls it back, but one sneaks through. A couple of hits, 2, 4, 6 remaining, not in fireball range right now. Poison is down. The Graveyard gets quite a few hits, 7, 9, 5 remaining on Lion's Tower, and it's still ticking down. Is this Baby Dragon gonna get a hit? No, it is not.
Mini P.E.K.K.A. comes down just in time to get that Barbarian and plus the lock onto the Baby Dragon. Here comes the Graveyard, but the Hunter is there. The Ice Golem now pulled into the center. The Skeletons doing a good amount of work. Even the Magic Hunter has to come down. The Poison it will not be enough with the spell damage, but Line with incoming Fireball that seals the match for Talon, and that's going to be it for the second match.
Talon take it in 2 sets. Not the cleanest of victories at the end. That was a very scrappy match between Line and Expo Master, but this pretty much secures 4th place for Talon. It's absolutely impossible for them to slip any lower. So 3rd and 4th have been decided. 5th and 6th with this match have also been decided. WEDGM will be 5th. Valve Gaming will be 6th. That will round out the playoffs. It will be kicks against Valve, Talon versus WEDGM in the playoffs. But this match was as scrappy can be.
And Line got some great Magic Archer connections. Not just this, had a few more against the Ice Wizard. And Expo Master limited some potential damage with some Tornado. But even with these Tornado, it was just not enough. And blocking some of those potential shots with the Magic Archer. As Line had the lead, maintained the lead forever. Even with that Fireball miss, was able to grab the match, and he's going to be the MVP as he took down 2v2 against Jack and Kitachi. And with 1 crown, that's not it for tonight. We also have one more match. A Nova Esports versus WEDGM, China versus China offline. It is coming up very soon after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Clash Royale League East. We've just seen 2 2-0s. We saw TTG. Oh, sorry. TTG was 2-1. Right?
Yes, it went the full.
It went the full way. Kicks taking TTG. I thought that was a 2-0. Kicks taking TTG. Then Talon destroying Fav Gaming. We're down to the last match of the night. Nova versus WDGM. An offline match. This is going to be in the studio. Both teams are going to be there.
They will come through the doors and we'll have all the fancy stuff on stage.
And also, stay tuned after this match as there will be an awards ceremony. Let's not forget that. We were told very clear instructions.
Very many times yesterday and today with instructions.
And we almost forgot. There will be an awards ceremony at the end of today giving awards for the regular season.
Yes.
For, I don't know what, I'm assuming best player, most improved, best rookie.
Best caster.
Moogie wins
G-Clef.
everything. If you win best caster, I swear, it's not going to be us. We know this. It's not going to be us. I don't even think there's an award for that, though. Not in
2020. Maybe in like.
It definitely wouldn't be us
4
anyway,
years.
G-Clef. It wouldn't be us anyway. All right. So Nova versus WDGM. It doesn't matter. This match is completely. It changes absolutely nothing. Every matchup has been decided, but there is a lot of pride at stake. Nova, the Chinese juggernaut in mobile esports. They dominate absolutely everything against WDGM, who have proved tricky opponents for Nova in the past, but they do not have the same heritage as Nova.
Yep, and it's a great offline stage match for the audience to actually watch too. So I think they will put everything on the line, but maybe not 100%. 90% should be enough for both of the teams, as these two teams go back in history. I mean, they had lots of finals against each other. Oftentimes Nova win, more of a Nova win, but they would go against so many times, even in the playoff best of 5. A lot of times WDGM wins in the playoff and then Nova would win in the finals.
Well, WDGM are the perennial second place team in China, as you mentioned. Even when Nova doesn't do well, WDGM still finish second. The special season, for example, WDGM finished second to Fav Gaming that time round. We can see as the doors swing open, there is Nova coming out to the stage. LC Up leading the team, everyone else behind. I believe it was Nova, LC Up, then AUK, D-King, Rain, Little Chen. I was trying to figure out which order they are in, and because of the masks are so high up, and the hairstyle of Little Chen and Rain are relatively similar, it's hard to point them out.
Excuses. It's easy, but it's easy for them now.
And here come WDGM with Peas leading up the rear.
Longer Reddish.
Reddish is the one in the hoodie. It looks like he doesn't have a proper t-shirt right now.
Oh, no, that's Solomon, right?
No, that one.
Yeah, Radish is actually 4th. Is it?
Is it?
Yes, that was second player to come in was actually Solomon.
Does that mean Solomon's not playing today? I just assumed that the t-shirt meant that he was playing, and Solomon never misses a game.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the reason why he took off his own to give it to Radish.
Could be, could be. All right, AUK and LC Up. Nova pulling no punches in the opening 2v2s here. This is their best duo by far.
And I think we've seen Radish walking up to the stage. That's Wanga on the right.
It is. It's Radish and Wanga.
Told you.
Wow. All right. Radish has not featured much. He was a late addition to the team. Came in for just 2 games in, well, 1 match actually for King of the Hill. He did beat KK and ended up losing to Reiki Jones. Then disappeared. I think just yesterday we were saying, like, where is he? When is he coming back? Now he's coming out in 2v2 against an undefeated pairing in AUK and LC Up. They are currently 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They do not lose. They have been nearly everyone. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, this is a throw ban.
The Inferno Tower. A throwaway ban.
Is it or is it not? Does this mean that they're playing some weird heavy beatdown decks like Balloon Golem?
Well, I mean, just replace Inferno Tower with an Inferno Dragon, and then
I know.
I think you're right. I think it's one of those bans which just is designed to put your opponent off, to give them too much choice. We've talked about this before. If you have a choice of everything, suddenly you're trying, like, yo, this was the most powerful deck we've ever seen, but we didn't think we were going to get it because it has X, Y, Z, and it's not banned. Let's go, go, go. There are times that happens. Is it going to happen in this one? AUK and LC up, though. I don't think the only team this season to take a game from AUK and LC up was Talon. Lion and One Crown lost 2-1 to AUK and LC up right at the beginning. And then Nova experimented a little bit, but in the second half of the season they decided it's go time. And since then they beat Sado Greed, Lion and One Crown, Nuomisa and Huyi, and Rad and Reiki Jones all 2-0.
And it's first time for WDGM to have anyone else other than Solomon Higher in that 2v2 stage. And surprising to me that they're willing to try some. I'm sure this is a distraction going into the playoff. But do you think this is actually something new that WDGM is going to try to keep Higher and Solomon focused on 1v1 only?
It is kind of a throwaway match, right? It doesn't matter for WEDGM or Nova Esports' final standings. So maybe just trying something out. If it ends that Radish and Wonga are the best 2v2 pairing on the face of the planet. And they've been hiding them all season. Oh, the symmetry. I love the hooked goblin with the firecracker.
Yeah, LCR put that up on Twitter some time ago. And recruits.
This is recruits balloon. Cannon cart played at the back. Fisherman's going to pull things out. That's going to allow them to get across the river very handily here.
Just the lumberjack will not be enough, so it has to use the fireball.
And that cannon cart just out of range of the tower.
Yeah, that raged up Princess Tower. And nothing else. You think it's hogs with the giant skeleton or some ram?
I'm thinking balloon.
Balloon. Are they trying the Fob clone deck?
Let's give it to its original creators. It's the team timing clone decks that we generally see. Giant skeleton, Night Witch, creeping up. Skeleton dragons on the right-hand side to clean that up. Ram Rider out of WEDGM is going to charge straight into that goblin cage. Ewiz is going to try to slow down as much as possible. Battle Healer on the side of WEDGM as well.
Battle Healer with the Ram Rider. And it's actually pretty good with the recruits.
Because it keeps them alive forever.
And also we've seen the Battle Healer Cannon Cart push with Graveyard. But this time it is with the Ram Rider.
Giant skeleton played at the back. Nova pairing it up with that Night Witch. Very interesting.
Right?
Right? It's a real interesting 2v2 pairing from Nova. We only ever really see Night Witch with Clone with the Lava Hound. Occasionally appears elsewhere with things like Golem, possibly, but we never see Golem in 2v2.
Good pull with the Snowball.
Lumberjack getting quite a few hits there on the top left-hand side. What are these last three cards on the side of Nova?
And raised up. And WDGM still not a gigantic push, though, even with the rage.
Interestingly, Nova are not protecting their giant skeletons as much as you'd think they would be, because they kind of need to stop the bridge.
That had to be the timing, but I'm guessing AUK has another spell, and LCF having the balloon and with a spell. So likely one freeze, one maybe clone, maybe mirror.
Lightning comes down from WEDGM.
But the bats are good, so there's a lot of defending units.
No need to play anything to stop the giant skeleton from being moved out the way.
Yeah, giant skeleton, good lock onto all those range damage.
Musketeer there completely distracted with that cannon card, making sure that gets out of the way. Some damage coming in. Goblin Cage there, last second. Heal Spirit is there, does get a heal. Successfully repel that attack, but they have taken a lot of damage. AUK and LCF kind of leaking at the back, and a graveyard with clone
right at the bridge. That's a lot of units not being cleared up.
That is a hell of a lot. And with no poison, Fireball would be great right now, and there is the balloon. But I think that's just overwhelmed everything. Another clone!
And that's game for Nova Esports. How fascinating was that ending?
Like, we were talking about how risky it is to clone at the bridge. We saw it with Valve Gaming that they were just denied after trying it.
But this
Nova get away with it because there is no poison.
Yeah, this was different because they checked almost every spell before throwing down that clone, and they knew that it was a safe choice against lightning, fireball. Like, the most threat they had was actually the fireball. Everything else is basically lots of single target, no spread or splash from WEDGM if you think about it.
Yeah, nothing. Not even like one wizard. One wizard would have let WEDGM win that. I know we never see it, but one wizard would have saved that.
And you had some chances of Nova trying their attack with Lumberjack on the left side, but WEDGM kept on pushing with the Ram at the same time on the right, which did not really open doors for Nova to push.
出樵夫了，我再朝这边卖一下。怼了，怼了，怼了。气球快下。
There are about 20 bats.
How can they be so calm?
行行行，我下气球了。我有克隆，我有克隆。再克赢了。
How can you be that calm when you're
不用
playing?
The bloom wasn't even needed.
But how can they be that calm? It's just like, yeah, put the clone down. We'll be fine.
Maybe their mic is on volume like 20 instead of 100.
Mate, when we play clone like that, we're shouting at it, put the clone down, put the clone down. There was none of that. That was so calm and collected, like they knew it was a guaranteed result, that they were going to take everything. There was so much there as well. WEDGM had no chance because they had 0 AoE, as we've said. So, I mean, that just overwhelmed everything. Wow. Okay, do you think you'll bring it in game 2? Would Nova, would AUK and LCR be brave enough to bring it a second game in a row?
A different type of flow.
Just like
Bob. Lava clone will be number 2. Bridge clone deck will be number 3. Tornado's band, so Bait clone will be number 4.
There is no number 4 in the 2v2 here. But I don't think they'll go for the same thing again. I think that's... There's risk of bringing it in game 1, and then there is, like, crazy, which is bringing it again in game 2. No way. No way they'll bring it again. but what you've done, you've put the fear of God in Radish and Wanga. They're going to be bringing poison, they're going to be bringing arrows, they're going to be bringing snowball, they're going to have triple spell each.
Again, double that musketeer from WDGM. It's just the tornado ban for spell.
Now, are WDGM gonna try to copy Nova's strategy of game 1 with that clone? We'll see if something tricky like a Night Witch gets played. It's generally a sign that clone is on the way in 2v2. Recruits played at the back on both sides.
A few musketeer shots did go in. Is WDGM trying the exact same deck. Again, the ramp from all the way back, pulled by the snowball. This time with the poison though.
Did get a hit. Yeah, and it seems the fear of God has been put into WDGM as they have bought the poison this time around. A lot of damage getting done in that tower. 1103, and there's still 90 seconds of regular time available.
Yeah, with that Lumberjack Rage, the Skeleton Dragon was able to do a lot of shots. Ram didn't really do too much. It was everything around the Ram, which again forces out another log and snowball.
Yeah, the ramp is a great answer to the balloon. Just keeps it in no man's land for the longest time, allowing that Musketeer and the Princess Tower to take it down. And even with the Rage, it's going to get nowhere near. Dark Prince coming out again. Seems to have been one of the winners of the recent balance changes, with next to nothing being done to it.
Snare is just so powerful. All these slow mechanics. How about a Battle Cleanser so it removes any type of slow on a unit?
That would be way too niche. All right, big pushes. Double Royal Recruits coming in from WEDGM, attempting to just overwhelm Nova's defense. And the poison is good. The Hunter at the back is really going to help, but that is very easily tidied up on the side of Nova. But can they get an attack in? That is the question. Nova have yet to do significant damages to those towers. One Hunter spread does connect.
4-2, 4 on the right. Some more power for the Ram. Again, the recruits are going to come. And second Ram Rider sneaking through.
And a freeze on the side of Nova. Wow, just to stop the Ram Rider? That seems a little over the top at this point in the game. We are down to the last 1 minute and 35 seconds. Can Nova get a push into the tower? So far they have been denied nearly every time they've come close. They do have a freeze, which might help them get damage in, but they got to get a lot done. They are currently about 1,400 behind.
Yeah, balloon freeze, and there might be a graveyard. And another poison. We're taking down to final few spell cycle for WDGM at the bottom right, as the Rams are certainly not connecting.
Freeze does not catch the Ram Rider there, which I think AUK and LCL were hoping for. Fireball has to come in to help clean the balloon though.
Oh, but the Ram does get stopped by the Dark Prince.
Yeah, and the balloon stopped by the Musketeer. It was close, but no cigar on the side of Nova. And one more poison comes in, starts ticking away. Fireball is going to put it into very dangerous territory as it goes down to that last poison tick. And Radish and Wonga get game 2. These have been kind of clowny games from Nova right now. It doesn't seem like they're taking it 120% seriously, bringing Clone in the first game. The second game was a bit more standard, but they really did struggle to get in and around the tower of WEDGM. One balloon was close, but fell ever so slightly short. They couldn't really get a push going against Radish.
Graveyard. LCF never really had the chance to put that down along with the balloon. Always was challenged on to the opposite side. because of those charges coming.
And the recruits as well. That is one of the things that recruits has. That split ability going down both lanes does make it difficult to easily defend.
And with the poison, yes, we've seen some great poison when they're double musketeer. One poison doing damage to tower and getting 2 musketeer, that's already +4.
You can hear Radish shouting. That's much more what I expect 2v2 to sound like. That's much, like, you can feel the...
You can feel energy.
It's not real energy, it's like you can feel him forcing his will into the Ram Rider to get a connection. You can feel him forcing his will into that poison to tick faster.
Does it force the Ram Rider to charge?
Maybe that's what it is. Nobody knows the hidden mechanics behind Ram Rider. No. Okay, game 3 will soon be upon us. Game 1 was a very interesting clone game by Nova Esports. Game 2, much more standard. Very scrappy on the side of Nova. WDGM really did control it, almost beginning to end. Raged up Skeleton Dragons getting most of the damage into the tower early on. Poison basically finished it off. What do you think game 3 is going to be? Are we going to see something like Giant Witch? Giant Night Witch? Are we going to see Golem Beatdown that we haven't seen in a long time in 2v2?
The UK LCR, they've been trying lots of different combinations and they were successful with Graveyard RG. And that has been usually the final game 3 deck. Game 3 combination, unless any one of those two are banned. So I'm guessing it's Graveyard RG this time, as the balloons are certainly not connecting against those Ram Riders. WDGM making the right switch. There's 2 for 2 Ram Riders, but what's number 3?
Ram Rider again.
Ram Rider, Hog Rider.
Interesting call out there, G-Clef. We're going to get into game 3. AUK and LC up in blue at the bottom against Radish and Wanga of WDGM at the top of the screen. First time seeing Radish in 2v2. First time seeing Wanga as well in 2v2. They haven't performed terribly. They've been pretty good against a very difficult opponent. AUK and LC up are currently undefeated as a pairing in 2v2, and that was only the second game they have lost all season.
Because they're so calm and collected all the time. As I would say the twos, if you have Team China All-Stars, I think AUK, LCA both are in that
first
team.
Picks. Clearly first picks.
Clearly first picks.
And then Peace is the third one, right?
Peace is the 30th.
The disrespect of the Golem.
Unless we go back to Golem meta.
All right, so we do have about 50 seconds before this game kicks off again. As I say that, I was going to be like, oh, what do you think? Do you think we're going to see something quirky? But here we go. It is recruits again on the side of WEDGM, and the recruits have proven to be a very difficult card really to deal with in 2v2 because there's just so many bodies, and if you're not bringing a lot of splash, you don't really have anything that can shut them down early. And when they get around that tower, it allows other things to happen, such as graveyards, such as balloons. We'll see what WEDGM are mixing it with. Are they going to bring the Ram Rider for a third time? Surely not.
Surely, why not? Double recruit again.
Yeah, Musketeer is going to start picking away at the bones. And a Mega Knight coming down on the side of Nova this time, but the Ram Rider does get into the tower. Snowball pushes it away, so it does start going after that Goblin Hut.
Mega Knight jumps over the log and gets that jump damage. Incredible.
Yeah, and that Brawler is raged up. 2 hits into that tower, 1976. This time Nova have managed to connect into the tower. Will they be able to get more, or will WEDGM be able to shut them out? Poison coming in now. Ram Rider going down the left-hand side. Musketeer helping out on the right before she decides to depart for the left-hand side. Mega Knight coming down though. That Ram Rider shut down.
Does nothing as the Mega Knight again is taking the front with Nova's Ram Rider this time on the left.
Yeah, Ram Rider against Ram Rider does mean very clogged up units that cannot move anywhere. Bomb tower is down. Another Ram Rider loaded up on Nova's side. Is it going to get a connection? It is? No.
Yeah,
Ram Rider will be dead.
With the snare, even with the lightning. Oh, but Snowball, it connects.
Somehow manages to get a hit.
Not the charge, but it does connect. The lightning Snowball there. Great choice by Nova. And they're leading by at least 1,000.
They're down a little bit in Elixir, but that's going to easily rectify itself relatively soon. Giant Skeleton making its way across the bridge. 4 and 2 for the recruits this time round. Giant Skeleton bomb though cleans all of that up. That Giant Skeleton death damage is just so overpowering in 2v2.
And again, the Ram Rider locked to go onto the left side. Now WDGM, they do have the bomb tower right high.
Yeah, and the Ram Rider of WEDGM does decide to run into that Goblin Cage. The Brawler, though, decides to go left, and that's going to help out Nova to try and get this Ram Rider in and around that tower. Fireball pushes it out, destroys the Musketeer, destroys the Skeleton Dragons. Another Ram Rider just stops it. Ooh, WEDGM being very, very effective with their Ram Riders now. They've kind of found the cycle they needed, but Lumberjack on that right-hand side for WEDGM gets a couple more hits in on that tower.
And the incoming Ram Rider, that's Radius comes down, but it gets melted instantly. Raged up Ram Rider. Not raged up is the other side, but the Fireball Skeleton Dragons, that's way too much.
WEDGM's Radish and Wonga, their first time out as a pairing, managed to defeat the undefeated 2v2 pairing of Elsiop and AUK. Wow, what a 2v2 debut. And if you're the coach of WEDGM, will you be looking at Radish and Wonga moving forwards here? Of course, they did only play one deck 3 times, which is Recruits Ram Rider.
But if you can make those switches and win the best of 3, yes, go into the playoff. And the fact that you were able to bring, they were able to bring AUK and LC up down, I think that gives them a lot of boost going into the playoff.
I mean, that game 3 was very, very close, so Nova had it pretty much wrapped up. Like, look at this, they're 1,000 points ahead. You've got plenty of time. And unfortunately, they just got overwhelmed by the recruits coming in. You've got Lumberjack there, he gets a couple of hits in on the tower, even though it's Snowball. Poison compounding that damage. This Ram Rider getting through the noise. Skeleton Dragon supporting it, and that was just too much to handle for Nova. All the damage coming in. Fireball, Skeleton Dragons.
I want to hear AUK and LCA when they're losing. If they even shout a single word.
Sure there is a reason we don't. I am sure there is a reason we don't. And they're probably very strong words used.
I don't think so. I just want to hear the level of energy, if it actually goes higher when they're losing or not.
What I liked about that ending celebration is like Radish is like, yeah, let's go, and goes for the high five, and Wanga's just still looking at his phone in disbelief. It's like, don't leave me hanging, bro. All right, WEDGM do take set 1 against AUK and LC up against Nova Esports. King of the Hill, though, coming up.
That's a big challenge for WEDGM, as we all know it.
Higher Solomon Peas. Most likely, but we have seen Radish.
Maybe Radish. Maybe Wonga.
I mean, Wonga should come out because he does have a chance to not be part of the 0 wins club after so many games. He's 0-7, man. 0-7 on the season. It's not like he hasn't had chances.
But what are the other names from the 0% club? Man.
Greed. Haruki. Those are the only two I can remember off the top of my head. There are a few. But here we go. King of the Hill player standings. You can see CRS and Elsie up 3rd and 4th. Both clogging up that 69. But look at all the players 50% above for Nova. And then you look over on the side of WEDGM and it's not so pretty because they have had a very rough season. But they have managed to turn it around. Very similar to Fav Gaming in that respect. And it is going to be, was that Rain on the first time? And Wonga coming out first on the side of WEDG.
Ah, that's the reason why Wonga didn't do a high five. He was concentrated for his next 1v1 game. Already Rain giving him a snare.
More like a sneer as he looks across at his opponent. So game 1, King of the Hill, Rain against Wonga. Rain is currently 3-4 in King of the Hill this season. But last season when he was playing for TTG, he was 8-5 in the regular season King of the Hill. Went 1-1 in the King of the Hill during the playoffs. Never got really chance to play in a best of 3 1v1 set. This season has played quite a few games of Royal Hogs. Has played Mega Knight Loon, Graveyard Mortar as well. But not as much variety as I would expect, especially moving to Nova. I would have thought that Rain would have got a lot more game time, especially based on the special season performance. But we're about to get into this one. Wonga versus Rain. Wonga really looking to get a win and be 1-8 on the season. Rain looking to just continue to perform, justify his place on the Nova team.
Spear Goblins. About to say motorcycle, but not with the cage. Seen some balloons. Balloons with the Spear Goblin.
And there is a Mega Knight on the side of Rain. So something a little more bridge spammy on the side of Rain. Wonga looking like he is going to bring that Royal Giant or Balloon. Fisherman Hunter, though, I would assume Balloon, right? Oh. It's always fun to see that. So both players now just kind of waiting for Max Elixir and Magic Archer on the side of Rain.
So I think this is a similar version as we've seen.
Ooh,
the
Royal Hogs on the side of Wonga.
And Rain, because of the Hunter, was not really willing to pull the Royal Hogs into King Tower there.
Bandit denied by the Fisherman. And always remember, Fisherman versus Fisherman pulling. The mechanic is the Fisherman that has been on the field the longest will win that duel.
What if they were spawned at the same time?
The one that technically spawns first is the winner.
So we're talking latency level, right? Like milliseconds?
True Blue. True Blue would win it. Okay, so EQ on the side of Wonga. Mega Knight played at the back. Bandit as well, crawling up that lane. One hit there from the Magic Archer, nothing major. And Ram Rider on the side of Rain, as that is a go sign for Wonga to try and get these Hogs in on the right-hand side. They are in, they're getting damage. King Tower is activated this time round, but quite a bit of damage coming through.
And Lightning deletes the cage. Ram Rider succeeding that charge.
But not a lot of damage getting done. Relatively even at this point.
Which Fisherman was spawned first?
The blue. Fisherman gets the heal.
And Rain trying to pull something off with the Magic Archer. This time no Mega Knight because he wants to use it against the Royal Hogs on the right. He actually drops it right after the Bandit.
Yeah, interesting moves here being made by Rain. Hunter just deleting that Magic Archer. An incoming Ram Rider. Is it going to get to the tower? The Fisherman's going to try to say no to that. And it is not going to get to the tower. Nicely defended there by Wonga, but can he get more damage into the tower? There are 90 seconds remaining. He does have EQ, which is one of the highest damaging spells right now for tower damage.
And Rain loading MK on the back. Had to feel the Royal Hogs coming.
But now he can try and build his own Ram Rider push with the Mega Knight up front. Trying to do what he can.
On the left.
Another Goblin Cage played there defensively to stop the Ram Rider as we enter that triple elixir period.
Yeah, not in the best situation to use another Lightning for Rain.
Leaking a little bit of elixir. Rain.
Oh, Brawler getting a punch.
Yeah, Rain struggling to make a decision as he leaks a little bit of extra elixir there. Nothing too hard though. Fisherman against Fisherman.
Another Cage pulls the Ram Rider. Here's the Magic Archer. Ram Rider gets charged before the pull from the Fisherman. Now let's see the...
Oh, and it's offensive. A defensive EQ is
shots
not...
from the Magic Archer, not really connecting.
Lightning comes in. This Ram Rider is going to get a connection. It looks like it is slipping out of Wonga's hands. 6, 7, 5 remaining as we enter the last 10 seconds. And I think Wonga has blown it. These Hogs need to get something done. Heal Spirit is there. Mega Knight gets a hit in. And Wonga let it slip ever so slightly, but realizes what he needed to do and finally gets a win. His first of the season. And he is now 1-7. No longer part of the Zero Wing.
Breaks out of that club.
It was looking very dicey though towards the end.
But Wonga had put in lots of EQ damage. And I think he felt that, okay, I just keep my defense up to par and treat it about the same with my EQ. I don't have to play the Royal Hogs as the King Tower is activated, it is not as strong anymore.
And maybe he realized his mistake after putting that defensive EQ down at the bridge and was like, wait, I don't have this as sealed up as I thought I did. And I guess there was a little bit of panic on the side of Wonga at that point.
Oftentimes, Rain was waiting with the Mega Knight, and there were lots of timings where the Royal Hogs were supposed to come down.
So here, that EQ there, I think Wonga was expecting it to do a little more and easier defend here, but ended up eating the shot.
Did that Lightning go into tower?
Yes. Okay. And a lot of issues. And he had to basically force this in the last few seconds. Did manage to get the Hogs to connect though. Importantly, because if he threw that one away, there would be some serious questions being asked in the WEDGM house tonight.
And from Nova's side, do not see a player up there, so it has to be, I'm guessing it's CRS.
CRS it is. The one foreign player on the side of Nova, hailing from the US of A. Very impressive debut season for him. He is currently 9-4. He has swept kicks, swept team timing, almost swept Ponos the other day. And then the other win was against Geralt. So not quite 3 sweeps for him. Almost. How is he going to perform here? Can he get through Wonga and the rest of WEDGM?
I think it's possible for him to bring it back. I mean, CRS. And with this, it means that either LCOP and either... So only one of LCOP or AUK can play in that final spot.
Well, CRS has played quite a variety of decks. He's played Hog Rider, EQ. He's played Graveyard with the Mortar, and that's the Sado deck with the Cannon Cart. He's played basic Graveyards. He's played Royal Hogs. He's played Double Barrel, Minor Wall Breaker. Is there any deck that CRS cannot play?
And he actually has a very heavy role in the team. Also playing one of set 3 with he did go down against Nuri. But just from the fact that he played at set 3 tells a lot about his position in the team.
Absolutely. You never want to put a weaker player as the anchor. And that was very early on in the season where Nova were kind of doing all right. Not the greatest. And it was the start, I believe, of a little bit of a downturn that first half of the season for Nova. Not at the hands of CRS. It wasn't his fault, but not quite performing as well during that time of the season was Nova. But now they are definitely back. They have already qualified for Worlds, but they could get another win here. Graveyard is played down. Spear Goblins are on the side of Wonga. That's going to make it kind of easy to defend these Graveyards, especially when the spawns are mostly on the opposite side of the spell.
CRS taking a few Spear Goblin damage and immediate load again with the Hogs.
Yeah, not so sure about that. It's
yeah, I think
a bit of an extension.
I think Bomb Tower was the next card after the Knight. So good hand read, I would say, from Wanga.
Yeah, he's got to defend this efficiently, though. The Baby Dragon and Knight coming across the bridge. And he does so. Wanga proving everyone wrong there. Great timing on the Royal Hogs, managing to defend with minimal elixir. He is down a little bit, but not too bad, not too shabby for someone who only has one win this season, and that just came.
CRS needs everything, along with that Graveyard and Poison. So far, he has found no chance to actually get that Poison in work. Soon, I believe he will. Here comes another set of Royal Hogs. As again, this time was not prepared with that Bomb Tower.
Yeah, Wanga is really catching CRS off guard with these Royal Hogs. An excellent read of the game so far on Wanga's side. Spear Goblins help defend against the Graveyard, but they are going to be poisoned away. Baby Dragon is up front.
Oh, defensive Earthquake. How often do we see that coming in competitive? That was exactly what he needed, because Princess Tower was actually locked onto Baby Dragon for at least 3 shots.
That is the second time I can recall seeing a defensive EQ, the first being game 1 of this King of the Hill. It does not happen very often, but great against the Graveyard when things are going against you.
Yeah, each tick of EQ takes the skeleton down at the same level.
So Wanga just trying now to cycle those EQs into towers.
Oh, good Baby Dragon spawn there, keeping the Musketeer healthy.
Delivery does come down, defensive EQ against the Graveyard again because he was getting a little bit overwhelmed.
Wanga trying to maintain the lead, as he still does. About 800.
Still good damage on the side of CRS. Is going to start turning that screw when we get to triple elixir period. He's going to be throwing everything forward is CRS.
Now big chance for CRS with this poison. Spear Goblins are down, the heal spirit gone. The Hunter's still on the back.
Waited until after the poison had been played for that Hunter. And it looks as though this is going to go the way of Wanga. But one poor Graveyard defense can definitely change that.
But way too many. Double Hunter, Brawler, Fisherman. I mean, it's an army at the top right now because of that many Graveyards.
And there is the EQ. Wanga taking out CRS. Are you serious? How is this guy? Where has he been all season?
He's been there. But not the same person.
He is playing like there is something. He's playing like he's possessed today. This is the best we have seen him in a very, very long time, taking down a very tricky opponent in CRS. The use of the defensive EQs against the Graveyard. I mean, he waited until it was absolutely necessary, hoping other cards would do the defense work for him. And as soon as that scale tips in the side of the Graveyard, he is down with that defensive EQ again.
Right after the bomb tower goes down. Yep, Wanga finding the perfect spot as these catches the Fisherman and the Spear Goblin catch.
I mean, he had a massive lead at this point. Delivery proving to be vital. That defensive EQ coming out. Poison on the tower. Right at the end of the Graveyard, I think that might be a little bit of a stretch, but, you know, CRS still fought on. He was still getting damage in. He was still doing work. But it was too little, too late. Triple Elixir period, sure, it would favor him a little bit, I think, because he can keep throwing those Graveyards time and time again. But unfortunately, the EQ cycle was just too much.
Yeah, just enough EQ cycle for defense against a few Graveyard. And when you have about 4 Hunter, 5 Fishermen, everything from your side, then it's time for an offensive EQ.
7 Brawlers.
Yeah, today has been playing really well, especially against CRS, who actually fell into a pretty bad cycle of his own.
It is going to be AUK as the final player here. I was semi-expecting to see D-King, who we haven't seen since what feels like forever. It was against Talon, where he lost to Geralt, but he's only appeared once in King of the Hill, D-King. But AUK, currently 5-4 in King of the Hill. The last time he came out against WEDGM, he did beat Wonga, he did beat Higher, and did lose to Solomon in that last slot. AUK needs to reverse sweep this to keep Nova in this game. And it feels like a repeating story tonight, where the first player out almost gets the sweep, gets denied. So I'm expecting AUK to win this.
Has been the pattern for the first 2 matches.
For the whole evening right now. I mean, we had Boss who got a reverse sweep while Icelor was looking like he was the one to sweep. Expo Master had it all to do. He was the final player, much like AUK is now. He did succumb to that too. Can Wonga escape the 0 win club with absolute style with a sweep of Nova? We're gonna find out. He's out of that club now, but he can make a statement here tonight. 2 wins under his belt. Can he make it a 3rd?
And if he can put AUK Stone in his gauntlet, that completes it.
If only there was a lot on the line. This would have been a heroic performance by Wonga.
And a
But
salary.
remember,
And
nothing changes after this.
and a big pay raise for Wonga. If this actually was going to be like a placement changer game. And again, EQ. Maybe Royal Hogs again.
It's looking very much as though it's going to be the same deck. That is sometimes the sign that it's going to be something different. Playing the mind games with your opponent. And AUK leaking a little bit of elixir there, but Wonga has leaked a lot more this game. Destroying each other. Another EQ comes in. Fishman gets a hit. Wonga takes an early lead. Next to nothing played, really.
AUK also Not revealing too much. There's a fireball.
AUK is taking it very slow today. Might need to start kicking into gear once this double elixir period starts.
I think we are just talking RG from AUK.
Another EQ cycled into that tower. Does get a little bit of damage onto the Musketeer, but nothing really major. It's mostly there for the damage. Fireball is pretty nice. Again, well defended here by Wonga.
And Wonga leading by about 350. Still waiting to load that was potentially a Royal Hog from Wonga.
But now the Mega Knight's down. That could be Wanga's go sign on the left. Deciding not to. There's the balloon, as you just mentioned, from AUK. Delivery comes down, but it no longer pushes back. But the Hunter is going to finish it off with those Spear Goblins. There is the Hogs. Besides the Mega Knight on the right. They've simply gone left because that's where the most Hogs are, and a lot of damage coming through right now for Wonga, taking that tower almost below 1,000 hit points.
That's a lot of damage from just a single push. I think that was loaded about at the same time with the Royal Hogs. Now Wonga looking to close this matchup with an EQ cycle. AUK, he needs to find an answer. The problem will be that Hunter. And without a snowball or a zap, AUK might have to do a balloon fireball into Hunter, pushing it out of the way.
Look at the pressure that Wonga is putting on the Hogs coming down the right-hand side. They're going to get quite a bit of damage in on this tower. This is the advantage that Wonga finds himself in. He has done a considerable amount of damage to both towers. He can just stretch AUK very, very thin. Put so much pressure on that AUK can't really throw down a balloon and just cycle out with the EQs.
Yes, AUK has to play Skeleton Dragon just for a Spear Goblin. Doesn't want to take any further damage. With no Royal Hogs this time. Oh, he does load it in.
With that Mega Knight being played on the right, that is the go sign for the...
Oh, the Mega Knight, they're going on the tower now, but the Fisherman...
Oh, he's distracted by the Barbarian, so he's going to take quite a bit of damage. Is
Wonga is good.
Wanga's not going to be able to defend it.
And that's Gate with the balloon. Wow. With just one small, not a mistake, but a slow down push for the Royal Hog, allowed a quicker push for AUK.
Wonga played that phenomenally up until that last push there by AUK and manages to get the win. It was looking real rough for AUK, but one very easily dealt with Royal Hog push just gave the go sign for Wonga. The Mega Knight connects into the tower. The Goblin Cage doesn't pull. And just, yeah, look at it. Look at the advantage he has right
the
at this
cage
point.
doesn't pull. The Spear Goblins were a little closer to Mega Knight, so that Brawler just walks to the left.
The Fisherman as well was distracted. Just everything going wrong at one moment there. And yeah, really unfortunate for Wonga. Looking like he was going to complete the sweep, but we knew it was going to happen because it's happened before.
And it's Radish.
Wow. Okay, this is a very different WEDGM lineup today. So AUK going up against Radish. Now remember, Radish has only had 2 appearances this season in King of the Hill, where he did beat KK with a Graveyard deck, where he brought the Zappies actually with the Double Prince, and he did lose to Reiki Jones with a Lava Hound Balloon Miner deck.
Up against another very strong player. AUK, even he was behind by a big margin, looking to press on a slight dent in defense, was able to win against Wonga.
Don't forget the game rate that you see there does include 2v2. Radish is currently 1-1 in the season. He's not featured much. He was a relatively recent addition to the team. He was brought in after the first half of the season, I believe, was finished.
Just before the second half.
So he's only appeared against Ponos, then he disappeared for a while, hopefully training up, and is ready to show us what he has accomplished during that time off. Interestingly, WEDGM haven't played Hire, who has been on an absolute tear the second half of the season and completely turned his fortunes around. AUK does get another victory against a very unlikely winner in Wonga. Wonga is 2-1 on the day. Can Radish bring it home for WEDGM and bring them to 7-7, a very respectable record on the season?
I think AUK, and despite having AUK up in King of the Hill, I think Nova Esports, they want to give a lot more experience to Rain and CRS. Maybe give some rest to LCA. If AUK gets a sweep, that brings us to set 3.
Yep, because WEDGM, Radish and Wonga did win that 2v2 set. We're currently in game 4. Wonga won game 1 and 2 against Rain and CRS. And then game 3 went to AUK. And we'll see what Radish can do as he is up against one of the most veteran opponents of the China region in AUK.
And AUK here. Might be trying the Royal Hog deck. The Royal Ghost. For Radish though. Ice Waves with Inferno. Oh, Splash Shard.
Graveyard coming in. How much damage is it going to do? Oh, AUK sacrificing the tower. Can this be a 3-crown? Radish might just 3-crown AUK.
You is.
Oh, what cost is Radish going to lose his tower? He is not. It's worth bringing up, Radish is not a complete rookie to CRL East. He did play for JDG back in China.
Yes.
And then recently made the move to come back and join WEDGM. He is relatively young on the side of WEDGM. Most of their players are a little bit on the older side. He is 17.
Ooh, Radish. Okay, Inferno straight up. She knew that the Mega Knight was coming.
Defensive Graveyard just to try and stop this. He does have him like 45 seconds to try and hold on.
That's still a very good poison though.
Fireball cycle. Oh, this is gonna get very, very, very interesting as we enter the last 30 seconds of this match. Mega Knight comes down on top of the bowler. Another defensive Graveyard from Radish. He's just trying to make sure nothing can get to the tower. Can AUK connect? Another fireball does come in. 198 remaining there. But I don't think he's going to be able to.
Good defense. The fireball will not be enough. There's no long. And I think Radish might have just done it for WEDGM.
He has. Radish gets a win against AUK and against all odds, against all reason. WEDGM 2-0 Nova Esports. That would have made things very, very interesting had Kix lost that first game. If Kix had lost tonight, that would have put WEDGM above Kix and they would have finished third. But as it stands, no change to the table on the night. Don't forget there will be an award ceremony after this. I don't know what they're going to be bringing up, but awards probably for the best player of the regular season, best team.
Best teams.
Mugi Mugi, best rookie, best player, best team. Mugi.
Best coach.
Fuji. All right.
Everything going to Ponos? I don't think so, but
I tell you what, G-Clef. WEDGM today showed the depth of their roster. They did not use a single one of their veteran players. They used Radish and Wonga, who are two of the youngest players on the team, and they just took out one of the most established teams in the league, Nova Esports. Radish, as I said, is 17, and Wonga is 19. Don't forget, WEDGM do have one of the oldest players in the league, that is Peas, who is 31 years old. But one graveyard push was enough to win it here. And then Radish just defended like an absolute champ.
yeah, there's that champ. And defensive graveyard. We see defensive graveyard sometimes like against the P.E.K.K.A.
But here it just made sense.
The bowler is another good tool.
Yeah, 100% earned. Wonga finally breaking his losing streak. He was 0-7 at the beginning of today.
On the final day of the regular season.
And with the 2v2 included, he has gone from 0-7 to 4-7. 4-8, because, no, 4-9, because he's lost twice today. Great results for WEDGM. No real drama on the table today. Everything was the same as it was when we started. Ponos Nova definitely making their way to Worlds. They are first and second in the league overall. Then I believe Kicks, then Talon, then WEDGM Fav. I think it's that way around.
I do think so. And two of those four teams, Kicks, Talon, WDG, and Fob are going to be joining the Worlds. So it's going to be about that fight in the playoff also. And of course, Team Timing and TTG will be the last day today to see him. They will not be playing in that playoff. So 6 teams now moving in. And because we don't know exactly when we're going to close, we take a break next week, guys. We take a break next week. There's no matches, no broadcast, and then we come back the week after for the playoff. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and there's going to be 3 best of 5s on that first day, because we're going to get the 3rd and 6th, 4th and 5th, and then the losers match. The first losers match will be available then. That's going to be an absolute stonker of a day.
So from the first day, we have one team knocked out.
Yes.
Because we're playing losers.
Only one team will be knocked out on the first day. You don't want to be that team. It could be one of Kicks, Talon, WEDGM, or Fav. WEDGM and Fav have completely turned their seasons around. I mean, they were the bottom 2 teams coming into the second half, and they've turned it around. They have pushed through absolutely everything and managed to finish 5th and 6th.
Which I think it's perfect schedule, because right now, very early into new meta, take a week break. When we come back, it will be settled.
More things will be discovered. There'll be more development.
Maybe more Rogos, maybe more Magic Archers, maybe less after being studied and experiments going left and right, and maybe some more battle healers.
Maybe. Kicks did 2-1. TTG. Fav went down 0-2 to Talon, and Nova went down 0-2 to WEDGM, and there we have the table. Ponos, Nova, Kicks, Talon, WEDGM, Fav, Team Timing, and TTG. As we mentioned, no changes from the beginning. There could have been all sorts of crazy things happening, but there is not. And here is the playoff bracket. It's going to be Kicks against Fav, Talon against WEDGM, and then the losers of those matches will be the 3rd and final game of that first match when we're back after the 1 week break.
Take a screenshot of this page and guess who's going to go up to the winners and who's going to be the champion. If you get it all right, and post it up
Buy
Twitter,
yourself a cookie.
And then G-Clef will go there and press the like button for you.
All right, so playoff schedule, it's going to be Kicks, Fav, October 24th. Then October, the same day, it's going to be Talon WDGM, and then the losers match. Remember, that is going to be best of 5. So a lot of things change coming from a best of like a 3-match, 3-set season into that best of 5. A team that could look really strong but a very small roster can look incredibly weak when we get to that set. Don't forget though, there is going to be an award ceremony shortly after this.
Right now.
So don't go anywhere, stay tuned, see who wins what, see if Mookie cleans up the show. And we'll be back in 2 weeks. Good night, everyone.
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Hello， 各位亲爱的挑战者们，欢迎来到2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛颁奖典礼。我是主持人小袁。
Welcome everyone to the World Ceremony of 2020 Clash Royale East Fall Regular Season. I am your host Lucia.
那么，在经过了9周的激烈比拼过后，2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛的常规赛迎来了收官。8支顶尖参赛俱乐部明星选手辈出，为我们带来了精彩绝伦的常规赛比赛。
Over the past 9 weeks of 2020 CRL East Fall Regular Season, our pro players from 8 different teams have made up some fabulous matchups.
那么谁才是最闪亮的那颗星呢？ 那么接下来我们共同来揭晓常规赛的各类奖项，分别是最佳 solo 选手、最佳2v2组合、最佳新人奖、最佳教练奖和常规赛 MVP。5大奖项的候选人及其得主即将揭晓。
It's time to find out which players among his peers. Let's announce the nominees and the winners of 5 major awards: Best Solo Player, Best 2v2 Duo, Best Rookie, Best Coach, and MVP for the CRL East full regular season.
那么首先为各位揭晓的是2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳 solo 选手，请看提名 VCR。
The first award is Best Solo Player of 2020 Clash Royale League East full regular season. Let's take a look at the nominees.
2020年 CRL 东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳 solo 候选人 Nova LCO。
哇，这个有希望，这个家具有2炮，奶豆子提前恭喜到第2个，
这破塔了，朋友！
哇，而且是这个狂暴球。
是的，好，没有恭喜一下力量哥。
最后一波有没有？
房子下下来，但是没
怎么说？野猪、游侠、滚木什么都上，刺客
下不了了，他没费了。
有没有？
眼睁睁看到6费，恭喜一下力量哥，恭喜呢。
Ponos KK。
わあ、ギリギリのエリクサでさあスケルトンラッシュが。
これは決まっている。このラムライダーの受けは難しいぞ。防衛フリーズ。攻めでは使わない防衛フリーズ。
ただこの
最後はボーラーファイヤーボールのダメージが届かない。KK 選手甘えがない。KK 選手3立て目前、そしてライトニングの削りがあります。ライトニングで最後の削り608まで落とし込みました。3立て KK 選手。
Ponos Mugi。
これは無視できない形となりました。最後はファイヤーボール。
ホグライダー雪玉が入っている。ホグライダー1発、2発目は入る。3発目はギリギリ入らないが、残りは20秒を切りました。アースクエイク、雪玉、そしてローリングと、あとは回すだけ。ナイトまで回してクエイク回った。完璧な麦。
荣获2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳 solo 选手的是
2020 Clash Royale League East full regular season. Best Solo Player goes to
Mugi.
Congratulations!
2020年 CRL 东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳 solo 获得者 Ponos Mugi。 KOH 战绩13胜5负，并3次线上1穿3。1v1 决胜盘4战全胜，游刃有余，总单打小局胜率一度达到恐怖的80%。被誉为人工智能的 Mugi 在常规赛交出了一份傲人的成绩单。多变的卡组和细腻的微操也是他笑傲群雄的底气，更是带领 Ponos 豪取常规赛冠军的保障。这个刚满16岁的少年，完美诠释了何为天赋异出、一飞冲天。惊艳全世界的天才少年 Mugi 就是为了 C2 而生。
想必观看我们比赛的观众朋友们也了解到了，由于现在国际疫情依然存在，保障我们所有选手们的健康和安全也是至关重要的。
As our audiences are already aware of the special travel condition worldwide due to COVID-19, health and safety of our players are our top priority.
那么各位选手获奖之后，虽然无法来现场领奖，但是他们通过线上视频的方式和大家一起来分享这份喜悦和荣誉。那么首先看到的就是我们最佳 solo 选手的线上视频，他有什么话想和大家说呢？
Although many players won't be able to accept their awards in person, offline in Shanghai, they've prepared online videos to accept their awards. Let's take a look at our best solo player winner, Mugi has to say.
ポンスの麦です。初めてのリーグでベストソロプレイヤーを取れたのはとてもこの結果に満足してます。未来がどうなるかはわかんないですけど、もしこれからもできるならもっとこれからいい成績を取りたいなと思います。ありがとうございました。
感谢 Mugi， 也再次恭喜获奖，希望在我们的季后赛赛场上看到他的精彩表现。
Thanks, Mugi, and congratulations again! We look forward to continue watching his outstanding performance in the playoffs.
那么刚刚的奖项呢，是对我们选手个人表现的出色的嘉奖，而在接下来的奖项当中，同样是为了嘉奖我们在 CIL 东方赛区的比赛当中默契的配合，同样也是团队不可或缺的制胜关键。
The Best Solo Player Award is an acknowledgement of individual excellences. Among CRL East teams, teamwork also plays a significant role in securing our victory.
那么接下来我们即将颁发的是2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳2v2组合，请看提名 VCR。
Next, let's find out our nominees for Best 2v2 Duo of 2020 Clash Royale League East for regular season.
2020年 CRL 东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳2v2候选人 Ponos Rocky Jones、Ponos Ride。
が2連打パしていく、これは抜けるか、あと一発、ファイヤーボールがその穴を埋めました。
ローリングとポイズンのダメージで左下を削っていく。次の呪文が回ればその時点でフィニッシュ。いやこれはもう厳しい。トリトンで座れ。最後はザップカウンターです。ラムライダームート、そしてスケルトンドラゴン。ラムライダーの突進は入るか。ファイヤーボールで削る。ボムタワーの防衛がある。残り659。
タイブレーカーを意識して
届かないか、届かないか。459届いた。ポノス逆転。
Nova LCO Nova AUK。
他没有东西解这个女强了呀。
双牢笼，哇，这个牢笼，飓风也失误了。
我们要提前恭喜 Nova。
风怎么说蹦起来了？飓风拉的并不是很好，这个大骷髅远的伤害加剧，应该还有一炮。
是的，
恭喜
Nova， 恭喜一下 Nova。
而这边的话有一个桥头的大骷髅的炸弹，全部炸干净，而且这个青龙很难解，青龙解不掉了，再接一手冰冻，青龙喷塔，恭喜
Nova。WEDGM Higher，WEDGM Solo Man。
防守冰冻有没有？拉到了，但是这矿工还在，火枪点到了塔，火枪死了。
双方这个冰冻就交得很果断，看一下这个
小苍蝇，为什么冰冻算是冻好了，冻得还不错，奶起来了这个猎人。
雪球一砸，
看一下，
哎，还可以。
但是左路这个血线
还去解墓园啊！恭喜这个 WEDGM 啊！
荣获2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳2v2组合的选手是
The award for the 2020 Clash Royale League East for regular season Best 2v2 Duo goes to Red and Rocky Jones. Congratulations!
2020年 CRL 东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳2v2获得者 Ponos Rocky Jones、Ponos Ride。秋季赛2v2的回归对于 Ponos 如虎添翼，传统强项依然无人可撼。双儿组合这对老搭档配合默契，卡池全面，在赛场上展现出了对2v2独一档的理解和超强的统治力。8胜2负，2v2盘胜率高达80%。拥有他们的 Ponos 自带1+0的开局，双打天下无敌，常规赛冠军自然水到渠成。双儿组合在这个赛季为我们展示了2v2绝佳的教科书。他们招牌式的庆祝动作更是成为 CRL 一道独特的风景。
默契十足的他们有什么话想要对大家说呢？一起来看一下吧。
Let's see our best 2v2 duo players, Rocky Jones and Red, will love to share by video.
Rocky Jonesイムニだ。
ラッドイムニだ。ベスト 2v2 賞を受賞できれば非常にね嬉しいです。
まあそうですね、ベスト 2v2 賞、まあもらえるかなとは思ってたんですけど、まあやっぱ実際もらってみると嬉しいもんですね。さらに
嬉しい、
ね、やっぱ
相方ラッキー・ジョーンズ・ミリンダに伝えたいこと、結構まあ多分わがままを言うことがね多かったんですけど、こういろいろ受け入れてくれたり、こうミスした時もね優しくフォローしてくださってありがとうございました。イムニだ。
ああいい話、いい話だ、
いい話。
まあ僕、がね、ラッドイムニダに、 言いたいことはですね、まあ、やっぱり僕らベスト2通賞受賞したじゃないですか。まあ僕くらい上手いんで自信持って頑張ってください。来季上手さの方が上手いです。じゃあ僕の次に上手いんで、そうです。頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。頑張ります。まあ2人の間でそうですね、困難が、どんな困難があったかっていう、そうですね、まあ、僕たちはあんまりこう揉めたりとか喧嘩とかそう言い合いとかほぼないしないんですけど、まあ、唯一あったとするならば、まあ、向こうのね、もう一個そうですね、そう天狗って焼き鳥ペアがやっぱり結構ね喧嘩したりするんで、そう、まあ、練習中にちょっと合わないんですよね。そこを面倒見てあげるのがねちょっと大変だ。いやめっちゃきつかった、一番きつかった。それが一番きつかったかな。まあね、僕たちがこの成績を出しているものファンの皆様のおかげなので、ファンの皆さんね、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
感谢 Ricky Jones 和 Red 的分享，也期待他们之后带来更多精彩的比赛。
Thanks to Ricky Jones and Red for accepting this award. We can't wait to see what other exciting matches they will bring us in the future.
那大家也知道啊，在我们的秋季赛当中加入了非常多的新鲜血液，我们的新人职业选手的表现也非常的抢眼，不断挑战极限的他们给人印象深刻。
As you all know, the rookies this season have made a standout impression, constantly pushing themselves and challenging their limits.
那么接下来我们要颁发的是2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳新人奖，请看提名 VCR。
So without any further ado, let's introduce the nominees for the Best Rookie of 2020 Clash Royale League East Full Regular Season.
2020年 CRL 东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳新人候选人 Kixty Light。
Jonathan's connecting damage, the snowball on the other side, but a lot more chipping for Light, and there we go.
And oh, this time Light gets
Feels
a
good.
big heal spirit, and that's just brought him straight back into the game. No fireball from Elsie up the one time he decides not to do it there.
Oh, the Mega Knight does have the spawn with the push fireball defense.
To just give Light the lead, and that put Elsie up on such a back foot. 579, I think Light's done it. He has. Light.
Ponos Mugi。
最後の削りの部分までしっかりデザインをしています。ほぼ無傷の状況。これは強烈。
の重視をしっかりと抑えたいが、ディガーが右サイドのタワーを削っている。タワーの体力は逆転した。さあロイヤルジャイアント端前から展開していく。このアサシンユーノでの防衛ですが、ロイヤルジャイアントは生きている。麦選手お見事。
Nova CRS。
少了看一下，
还捅了一
正
轮
义，
还秀了一波，把骑士往后拉。
恭喜一下 CIS，
直接挖矿呀，别守了！哇，这手预判火球很漂亮，
气球来了，
气球接矿，
但是有了
起这个 CIS 啊，等到一下看这个桶，速递好像交不出来，有一下，那我们要先恭喜到 CIS 完成了1传3。
荣获2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳新人奖的是
The 2020 Clash Royale League East Full Regular Season Best Rookie Award goes to Mugi. Congratulations!
2020年 CRL 东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳新人获得者 Ponos Mugi。 从来没有一个新人如 Mugi 般备受瞩目。除了恐怖的天梯杯数，还有他如同机器人般滴水不漏的操作，多次1传3单人灭队，屡屡决胜盘临危救主。不管是1v1还是 KOH， 天才少年都展现出了强大的统治力。出道即巅峰的他，是 Ponos 常规赛遥遥领先的绝对功臣。天才少年未来可期，最佳新人舍他其谁？
作为新人选手当中的佼佼者 ，Mugi 有什么话想要对大家说呢？一起来看一下吧。
As the most outstanding player among these rookies, let's take a look at what he wants to say.
コースの麦です。新人としての受賞だったんですけど、さっきも言った通り初めてなので、とても嬉しい気持ちです。ライト選手 に1勝1敗ということで認められた気がして嬉しいです。とファンの方々の応援がなかったらここまでは勝ててないと思うので感謝ありがとうございますと伝えたいです。ありがとうございました。
感谢 Mugi， 也期待他在季后赛赛场上的表现吧。
Thanks Mugi again, and we look forward to seeing you battle it out in playoffs.
在这个赛季，各支东方八强用着自己的力量来诠释着永不放弃的电竞精神，而重任在肩的教练更是团队的心脏，运筹帷幄的他们是每一位选手最坚强的后盾。
During the season, our 8 CRL East teams have demonstrated the true esports spirit, never giving up. Coaches are the backbone of the team, working behind the scenes to unify and help strategize for success.
那么接下来我们要颁发的是2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳教练奖，请看提名 VCR。
Next, we will be presenting the award for Best Coach for 2020 Clash Royale League East 4 regular season. Let's take a look at the nominees.
2020年 CRL 东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳教练候选人 Nova and WDG。
他没有东西解这个女强了呀。
双牢笼，哇，这个牢笼，飓风也失误了。
我们要提前恭喜 Nova 来了，
最后的倔强，
还有一个滚木
哦，一毒，这个是绝望毒药。这边在雪球一砸，提前恭喜到 AU，
也要恭喜 Nova，
能够摸到
可以，只要能摸2下就血赚。
是的，补一手雪球，但是基本上应该已经破塔了。
这里恭喜小陈，
也恭喜小陈，也同时恭喜 Nova。
bonus Fuji。
までの考えが及びました。さあポノスファイヤーボール版の上で勝つ。ヒーリングエンジェルの力を借りてこれは落としきれるぞ。
バルキリーのダメージファイヤーボールで削る。しかしこのダメージ量はエクスポーバスター選手覆せない、まくれない。KK 選手綺麗な攻撃とそして綺麗な守りでした。
Kixty Mountain。
전이 1350.
아 이거 지금 시간이 없거든요. 해골이 나오면 빨리 나오면 토네이도. 이거는 조금 힘들다고 판단했죠.
네, 더 이상의 공격을 시도하고 있지 않은 라인입니다. 1대0으로 앞서가는 쪽은 킥스가 됐고요. 네요.
두비까지 찍어왔거든요. 이거 마무리 되나요?
경기 이러면은... 결국에는 라인 선수로 보입니다.
마무리 되겠네요.
파이어볼. 오늘 경기 라이트 선수가 확실하게.
荣获2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳教练奖的是
2020 Clash Royale League East 4 regular season. Best Coach Award goes to Fuji. Congratulations!
2020年 CRL 东方赛区秋季赛常规赛最佳教练获得者 bonus Fuji。 常规赛战绩一骑绝尘，单双打均展现绝对统治。作为 Ponos 常规赛冠军的背后功臣 ，Fuji 功不可没。育才方面 ，Fuji 对每位选手的特点都了如指掌，将每位选手的发光之处牢牢把握，打造出最佳2v2组合和最佳单打选手。Fuji 的关键决策也帮助 Ponos 在多次艰难比赛中笑到最后，最终让 Ponos 成为赢遍全联盟的常规赛冠军。
作为 Ponos 战队的幕后英雄，接下来让我们来看一下他的获奖感言吧。
The hero behind the scenes. Let's take a look at his acceptance speech.
こんにちは、ポノスの監督の淵です。ベストコーチを受賞できたということは、素直に嬉しいんですけれども、自分の目標としては最初から世界大会優勝なので、そこで初めてベストコーチ と呼ばれるべきではないかなとはちょっと思います。応援してくれているファンの皆様に本当に感謝しているんですけども、最近なかなかね、オフラインで会うことができないんですけれども、Twitter とか YouTube とかで応援してくれているのは本当にすごい、選手たちに自分にとってもモチベになるので、これからも応援してくれたらと思います。本当にありがとうございます。
再次感谢夫妻，也再次祝贺获奖。
Thanks Fuchi and congrats again.
那么最后一个奖项也是分量最重的一个奖项，它要颁发给的是在每支队伍当中肩负重任且在最关键的时刻最值得信赖的选手。
Last but not least is the most coveted award today, which goes out to the player who can carry his team and always step up.
那就是2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛 MVP， 请看提名 VCR。
Next, let's find out the nominees for the 2020 Clash Royale League East Fall Regular Season MVP.
2020年 CRL 東方賽區秋季賽常規賽 MVP 候選人 Ponos Mugi。
ポイズンも追加。
さあこのディガ一発当たれ
さあ
ばです。
ディガーが入っている。ディガーが入っている。さあただロケットが飛んできて、
その間にディガーが削りに入る。ファイヤーボール圏内まで抑えていきました。圧倒的麦。
さあスケルトンドラゴンに対してはユニットが当たらない。さあスケルトンドラゴンが一気にダメージを稼いでいきました。さあ勝利したのはポノス麦選手。
Kigsty Light。
Expecting something like a baby dragon to come through. There is the freeze. Is it going to be enough? One more hit. 593.
Those snaps, I think, with the lock fireball, that's it. Kicks.
Poor little Chen, but no, that's going to be a hit. Is it going to be a second? Oh, that was so close. Nothing to
wait.
this.
Oh,
Nothing.
wait.
He's already given the fist bump. We know it as there's 1 second left. As kicks.
Nova LCO。
说不定2下3下，而且后排生物血量非常的健康，再下一个其实现在飞鸿亏了很多血量，已经被打入了一个670左右。
那力量哥能不能斩杀？
有一下已经斩杀了。
这个毒好像很有效果啊！这波木原很欧，
可以，
要翻盘了感觉。哇，这3角防御可以，再来一个毒，直接斩杀。
这个
哇，有卫队，
恭喜一下力量哥！ 荣获2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛 MVP 的是
And the 2020 Clash Royale League East Fall Regular Season MVP award goes to Mugi. Congratulations!
2020年 CRL 东方赛区秋季赛常规赛 MVP 获得者 Ponos Mugi。外星人，人工智能 CR 阿尔法狗。 顶着万千宠爱登陆 CRL 的 Mugi 没有辜负大家的期望，适应2周后，小费之神开始了他的表演。凭借深不见底的卡组池和超人的临场反应 ，Mugi 3次完成 KOH 1穿3，单打轰出9连胜，并多次在1v1决胜盘拯救世界。如何战胜他，成为所有人的难题。刚满16岁的 Mugi 已然是 CRL 的新晋大魔王。作为常规赛最强战队中最耀眼的那一颗星，他就是毋庸置疑的常规赛 MVP。
那么这个奖项呢，是对选手个人的综合实力和在常规赛当中绝佳表现的认可和嘉奖。那么接下来我们来看一看 Mugi 的获奖感言。
This MVP award is a recognition to his overall skills as a player and his extraordinary performances during the regular season. Let's take a look at his award acceptance video.
今回初めて新人としてのリーグだったんですけど、それでも3つの賞をもらったということで、これは自分を誇りに思います。まずチームメイトに対してはやっぱ普段実機とかを考えたりしてみんなの勝利だったと思うので、感謝の気持ちを伝えたいです。で、監督さんも同じような感じになっちゃうんですけど、みんなで取った MVP 賞だなと思います。みんなで優勝したら焼肉を食べたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
感谢 Mugi， 也再次祝贺他夺得了常规赛 MVP。
Thanks Mugi and congratulations again for winning the MVP.
那么至此，2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛常规赛的颁奖仪式至此已经圆满结束了。让我们再次掌声来祝贺所有的获奖选手和教练们。
Ladies and gentlemen, fans on site and online, this concludes the award ceremony for tonight. Let's give a warm applause to all the players and coaches.
那么在我们的常规赛结束过后，紧跟着的就是更为紧张刺激的秋季赛的季后赛了。那么谁能摘下秋季赛的桂冠？哪4支俱乐部能够代表东方赛区迎战12月上海全球总决赛的舞台？请大家拭目以待吧。
Our regular season has ended with a ton of exciting matches, yet the playoffs will look even better. Who's going to take the full season championship home? Which 4 teams will represent the CRL East in the World Finals this December in Shanghai? Stay tuned and find out!
10月24日秋季赛季后赛开战，让我们不见不散。
CRL East Fall Season Playoffs will resume on October 24th. See you then and good night, everyone.
最后要感谢斗鱼直播、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、爱奇艺游戏直播、企鹅电竞、微信电竞、快手直播、VSPN 全电竞对于本次比赛的大力支持。我们季后赛再见吧。